and welcome to the public and to our guests, Mr Max Keller, and to other members of the Solace team. I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is live on the Council's YouTube channel. Before we move into this afternoon's proceedings, there are a few housekeeping matters that I would like to bring to members' attention. Number one, I would like to remind members and officers to stand when they are speaking in the chamber. Two, can I also please remind members that any speeches must be limited to 6 minutes and directed to the item or question under discussion. Please may I remind members, officers, including the press and public, that are in attendance today, that all mobile phones must be placed in silent mode and no calls should be made or received in the chamber during the meeting. Members will be aware this is an extraordinary meeting and we can only consider the specific items as set out in the summons for this meeting. There are two important items of business on the agenda today that we need to consider, and the proceedings will be held in open public session. Members will have noted that there are no private pink papers for consideration today. Accordingly, I cannot foresee any reason for the meeting to move into private Part 2 proceedings. However, if it does become necessary, I will invite members to consider to move the usual resolution to exclude the press and public from that part of the meeting. So, agenda item 1 is apologies for absence. Which apologies do we have?
Apologies to Councillors Hartley, Castle, Deary, Bella-Dakin, Parry, Halsey and Richardson.
Are there any more from the floor? Councillor Richardson, we've got that one, thank you. Okay, I will continue. Our next item, agenda item, is disclosure of members' interest. Does any member have any interest to declare that have not already been declared to the monitoring officer before this meeting? Councillor Dale.
Thank you. Can I just ask clarification? In 2014, I instructed Ward Hadaway to take action against a senior politician, which was successful. I haven't had any further dealings with Ward Hadaway since. Am I able to take part in this because of the time, over the time lapse? I presume so.
Chair, absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I did actually raise this as an issue with the monitoring officer, but obviously she's been so busy beforehand.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm currently Director of Nick and Nail, and so I disclose an interest for that. So I don't know if you want me to leave the room when you're discussing that, or just say and not participate. And could I just also, while I'm on, I was also a part of Advance Northumberland. I'm not on that now, but it's just to declare that interest too. Thank you, Chair.
Have I missed anyone at all? Slightly different setup, so I'm just checking I've got everyone. That's fine. Okay, we move on to agenda item 3. I'd like to invite the leader to introduce Max Keller and his team to address the council chamber. Leader, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear from this. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Keller and his team. I asked for an independent review of governance when I became leader of the new council in May last year, because I felt there were issues that really did need to be looked at, not just for the sake of our staff, but for the sake of our residents. And I made it clear yesterday in the Cabinet meeting that I do not want a shadow hanging over this brilliant council and all the brilliant staff we have working with us. And this, I hope, will find some way of blowing that cloud away from us so we can look forward to a much brighter future. Whatever his recommendations may or may not say, I will say this, that I am always happy to take advice. And if, for example, we need to ask one or two people to come in and challenge us, fine. Because I was happy to call in this team, and I'd be more than happy to call in any team to help us do the best we can for our residents. So, over to Mr. Keller.
I'll pass over to Max Keller.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just actually echo what the leader said? This is a brilliant county, and you have done some amazing things, and as the report makes clear, you have some really good officers who have tried their absolute best to deliver for this council, despite some problems which we have highlighted in this report. But you can be proud of what you have done. I want to make that point absolutely clear. I'm going to invite my two colleagues to introduce themselves first before I talk about myself, and the reason why why I'm inviting them to speak will be clear after that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Max. My name is Jim Taylor, and Max has just asked me to give a little bit of a biography. I've been a chief executive in 3 metropolitan borough councils, local authorities. I was previously a director of children's services, and prior to that, head teacher and teacher. I was appointed by the Secretary of State to undergo the governance review at Slough Borough Council, and recently appointed by the Secretary of State to be a commissioner at Sandwell Metropolitan Borough Council.
Okay, thanks, Max. Good to see you all. I've met some of you, mostly online. Gordon Mitchell, and it's sometimes thought to be relevant that before I ever got into local government, I was a psychologist, which I found useful in the rest of my career. But I started in local government when reorganisation was in the air, and I was a reorganisation director for our council, moving to unitary. I was then a chief executive in setting up a new unitary, and I've been permanent chief executive in 2 unitary councils, and amongst many other things in the last decade, on a acute NHS board, on a university board, being on joint venture boards. I've also been chief executive in 4, interim chief executive in 4 other councils, 3 of whom were in some difficulty for a particular reason or sometimes a more generic reason. In addition to that, prior to that, I had been doing other reviews, including peer reviews, and I seem to have been asked to do peer reviews some time ago, where, in particular, where there were member and officer issues. That was my fate for a short time. Thank you.
Council Chair, my name's Max Caller. I started in local government inspecting London's brick sewers from the inside. So I have done the dirty jobs in local government as well. Since 2000, I've been involved in best value activity. I was chief executive brought into London Borough of Hackney, which was then described as the worst local authority in the country, which substantially underestimated the problems. And I have undertaken best value inspections, non-statutory inspections, was a commissioner in the London Borough of Tower Hamlets, and now I'm currently lead commissioner in Slough. And the reason why I asked my team to actually set out their CVs and talk is because on the day that it was announced that we were going to be undertaking this review, we got a letter from a member in this chamber who told us that they had absolutely no confidence in the review, that it was bound to be fixed by the administration, that no credibility could be attached to its findings, and it was suggested that all the opposition group leaders had got together to decide that it wasn't worthwhile. Chair, if you look at us and you look at our CVs, I don't think anyone could say that it would be possible for someone to stop us writing what we wanted to write and saying what we wanted to say to the council. Secretaries of State have tried that and have had no change either. But what is important is that this is an issue in the council about trust and about confidence and about working together. And it's also an issue about how reports are handled, how those things are put together, which is why I make no apology for the fact that there is no e-copy in the council system presently of this report, and that members only got the report at short notice today. Because to give confidence to the whole council that it couldn't have been possible to subvert this report. It was produced in the way that it is. And actually, that's an issue. It's an issue for you all, because that's not how local government works. I particularly want to talk about how this review was commissioned, because clearly to get an email like that at the start of the review sends a signal about the trust and the way in which this report was put together. As the leader said in introduction, he asked for this review at the outset when he first became leader. In our experience, if a leader asks for something to go on a cabinet agenda, first of all, a good chief executive would not be surprised, because they would have anticipated that was going to happen. And secondly, the conversation should go, of course, leader, what do you want it to say? And should we have a conversation about how this is going to be handled, because these sorts of things work best if all parties are involved, and we need to set up some sort of process, and the cabinet report should say that. But as this report makes clear, we have looked at 2,000 pages. I have personally looked at 2,000 pages which document this process. It is fair to say that quite a lot of those pages were duplicates. But the fact of the matter is that instead of the leader making a reasonable request and getting an item on the agenda, there was an attempt to prevent this council having a review reported to it, no matter what it says. That is outside our experience in terms of how things should be run. Legal advice was commissioned to see whether or not a leader might have the powers to do this, to see whether or not the chief executive's powers might be impinged upon. This advice was not commissioned through your monitoring officer, which is the normal way of doing business. And you would expect the monitoring officer to be fundamentally involved in those sorts of things, because getting the question right when you go to council is crucial. You ask the wrong question, you are guaranteed to get the wrong answer. Asking the right question is absolutely important. That was not done. And so I am not surprised that in the end, the leader and the deputy leader resorted to something which is entirely lawful, entirely provided for in the Constitution, to actually deal with it by delegated powers. It's a tragedy that that came to pass. Because if it had been done properly and the whole council had been involved, you would have all had confidence in how it was going forward, instead of which you started in the wrong place. In our collective view, that is just wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. If you look at the terms of reference, they are very simple. They are based on the sorts of things that you get with every best value review that has been undertaken. And we have approached this in the way in which we would if we were undertaking a review on behalf of the Secretary of State. We set out an information request. We sought to interview a number of people. But what we did not do, and what we refused to do, is sign a non-disclosure agreement, because in our view, that would be wrong. And we've also refused to provide all the information that we have collected to go back to the council. If people come forward on a confidential basis, it cannot be right for the council to ask for that information to be provided back to them, because you need to give confidence to every individual who comes forward that their words, their evidence will be treated properly, taken into account, but if they want to remain anonymous, they must remain anonymous. And I think that's an important point. We have interviewed over 100 people. We have reviewed thousands of pages of documentation. We have watched the videos of many of your meetings. Some of them have not been very edifying, because you have been focused on things which are not about the governance of this county. It may have been a lot of fun. I don't know. It didn't look like a lot of fun when we were watching them, but you seem to spend an awful lot of time dealing with minor procedural issues rather than focusing on the things that are about what this county is supposed to be about. And that is a fundamental part of this process. So, what this report does not do is deal with each and every allegation and point that is contained within all that documentation. Had we done so, you would have got something to rival Gibbon's Decline and Fall. It would have taken us a year, and even then, you may not have got to the bottom of everything that's been going on. But we will be passing information onto your external auditor where appropriate, so that he can follow through some of the issues that we have found to carry this through. That's how we started. It is our report. I'm now going to invite my colleagues to take you through the sections that they dealt with, and then I'm going to sum up and take you through the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Max. So I'm going to go through sections 5, which is on page 12, and also section 6, which is from page 16 onwards. Essentially, section 5 is a case study, as is the commissioning of the review, which Max has gone through. And it's about the governance of appointments, exit arrangements for staff, and internal remuneration and promotion. And I'm going to start with the 3 statutory officers, which you'll be aware are the Chief Executive, the Monitoring Officer, and what is called the Section 151 Officer, which of course is the Chief Financial Officer for the local authority. And the way in which they're appointed is absolutely clear. And the regulations actually stipulate that full council should formally appoint these officers, and generally a proportional cross-party committee from full council is charged with these appointments. And then those committees then produce a recommendation which comes forward to full council for either debate or approval, and then the resolution is actually minuted. Now, prior to that full council approval, then for a very, very short period, directly after the appointments committee has made a recommendation, and the regulations allow for any cabinet member to offer objection or comment on the appointment. And that's before a formal recommendation is made to full council. It's highly unusual for a member of cabinet to object, but nevertheless that provision has to be made. And in addition, any dismissal or in fact exit from these 3 key statutory roles should also be reported to full council. And in most local authorities, it is usual for the Chief Executive to at least consult with the leader and then the cabinet, and sometimes even more widely if a monitoring officer or a Section 151 officer is to leave the council, particularly if exit arrangements involve payments and contractual conditions. And I would add that any remuneration over £100,000 should be transparent and be reported to full council. And from the evidence that we have seen as a team, these regular local government procedures and practices have not been universally followed in this council. The staffing structure indicates that the post of monitoring officer is what's called a 3rd tier role. And that in itself speaks to a lack of understanding and respect for that particular role. Nevertheless, good practice would suggest that full council, or at least the Staffing and Appointments Committee, should be involved in the appointment and departure of any monitoring officer. The role is unique in local government. The monitoring officer is for the council and as such should be appointed by that body. One example is that a monitoring officer left the employment of this council and the Staffing and Appointments Committee had no official visibility, either in the committee, nor an opportunity to discuss the circumstances, nor indeed the settlement agreements of the departing monitoring officer. Senior members found out that the monitoring officer was leaving and they asked for the SAC committee, as it's referred to be involved in those discussions. They were informed by a senior officer that it's not in the Constitution for the committee to be involved in those discussions about the monitoring officer, as the monitoring officer role is not designated a chief officer post in the council contribution. As I said earlier, it's a third tier post. And the senior officers justified this by stating that in the committee's terms of reference, the committee is only able to determine appointments of chief officers and appropriate deputies. The exit agreement was signed off by the chief executive and the 151 officer, which was based, we understand, on a business case. However, the Section 151 officer later established that the costs were added after her sign-off. Several senior council staff were joint NHS council appointments or on secondments from the trust to the council. Many had their salaries paid by the NHS trust, which were then covered on a 50-50 basis between the council and the trust in a shared cost model. The process for increasing those salaries of those senior staff who were paid by the NHS should have involved the council staffing committee, or indeed full council. In one example, the salary of a senior member of staff increased to over 100k, at which point the staffing committee and the full council should have been involved. However, the process to enhance any of those staff for their remuneration or any alteration in their responsibility was requested by the Chief Executive of the Council to the NHS Trust, who acted in good faith by providing a written instruction, and that normal local government process had not been followed by the Council for those increases in remuneration. Even though, in some instances, only half the salary, remember they're on a 50-50 basis, were being funded by the Council, good employment governance was not followed. The turnover of statutory officers, those two in particular, monitoring officers and Section 151 officers at the Council, can be viewed as indicative of a culture where constructive advice and challenge has not been welcomed by senior officers of the Council. Many staff who left the organisation signed settlement agreements with terms included which meant they couldn't speak to anybody about the circumstances of their employment and exit from the Council. In effect, non-disclosure agreement clauses, although the Council would not use that terminology. The Council Staffing Committee played no part in these arrangements. The review team noted that a significant number of staff had left the Council under these circumstances, which again reflects on the culture in the organisation. Many staff who left described to us in harrowing terms how they'd been treated extremely poorly by senior officers at this Council. We as a review team can't make a full determination of all those circumstances, but we do know that at this Council there have been significantly more staff subject to these agreements that would normally be expected at other councils. The international project, which is described later in the report, was initiated as a joint partnership by the NHS and the Council. The Trust stated they had no part in agreeing a £40,000 responsibility allowance paid to the Council's Chief Executive for the international partnership. There are many accounts of staff, both past and present, feeling extremely aggrieved by human resource processes at the Council. Now, that's not unusual because some staff do become disillusioned if they are unsuccessful in application processes. We understand that. However, the view of our team is that at this Council there have been too many examples of HR practice and process relating to senior staff which is at best inconsistent and in certain cases contrary to local government legislation. So I'm just going to move on to section 6, which is page 16 onwards. And this is about the operation, the culture and the structure of the organisation. It's about the culture of openness, transparency, and it's about trust between officers and members, and it's about the openness to challenge. So the operation of this Council was described by many members and officers as being dysfunctional. One member described how the council and senior officers spend too much time fighting with each other rather than doing business for residents. We believe too much time has been taken up dealing with broken, confrontational relationships between senior officers and senior members. There have been claim and counterclaim which dominate proceedings, and effective working relationships do not exist between the Chief Executive and the Cabinet, and between the Cabinet and a significant minority of elected members. 2 points of view prevail. Members and officers polarised in support for or in opposition to the Chief Executive. The numbers of freedom of information requests, grievances, complaints, standards and conduct issues between officers and between members and officers reflect an absence of effective communication in the upper levels of the organisation. Many members and officers resort to such processes as they feel it's the only way that they can effect change. Much of the council business has been done via prolonged email trail, for example, the correspondence regarding the commissioning of the review that Max has just gone through. A lot of external legal advice has been sought by senior officers independently of the monitoring officer, again mentioned by Max. The monitoring officer did not until recently have this legal overview, which we think was a significant risk to the council. There appears to be constant disagreement between officers and members about the instruction given to Council and the advice received, and that was to interpret or inform decision-making. Many decisions have been steered or justified by Council's opinion as opposed to sensible, open and joint decision-making between officers and members. We found the organisation was paralysed due to large volumes of procedural issues, which demand a massive resource. At the time of the review, there were 4,792 freedom of information requests in 3 years and 307 subject access requests, many from senior officers and members. One subject access request for a member of staff took one colleague 2.5 months to complete. The council currently has a 30% compliance with subject access requests, which is extremely poor. And I think it's really important that we say this is not the fault of the central team processing these requests. We noted some 30 conduct complaints. However, only 2 are from members of the public, which is what the system was designed for. The majority of these are between officers and members, and also member to member. This is not the prime purpose of the standards process. Due to these investigations, we found that many senior officers and senior members have been deemed to be compromised. And what that means is that they're unable to communicate with each other on a day-to-day basis. And that includes senior officers and elected members, and that's further hampered the effective running of the organisation. It's the opinion of the review team that there is an inappropriate use of the conduct complaint process by senior officers against members, despite elements of some complaints made by officers against members being upheld. Sensitive council papers have been leaked on numerous occasions, and as a result, all council papers are now watermarked with names. This is indicative of a failure in trust and a most unsecure position for the council to operate effectively. There's little substantive trust in most senior officer levels of the council, and there exists a climate of fear and intimidation as reflected in many of the interviews conducted by ourselves, the review team. Several councillors have claimed that their data has been breached. Following 5 separate lengthy investigations, no claim had been substantiated. We were advised that only 9 councillors have undertaken data protection training, and some councillors have not completed the training for 5 years. Staff colleagues reported there is a traditional command and control approach to leadership and management with little empowerment encouraged. Many operational decisions needing to be made at senior executive officer level, slowing down the organisation and creating bottlenecks. There's a lack of organisational stability. Middle leaders describe the executive team in a constant state of flux. Key appointments, in addition to the 151 officer and the monitoring officer, have seen significant frequent change, and many executives have been employed on an interim basis for considerable periods. According to some middle leaders, there have also been a significant number of strategic change programmes and reviews and management structures proposed, but middle leaders reported to us they didn't see any tangible improvements in the council as a result. They told us services had been regrouped, and some of those staff believe it's to justify new job roles. The Chief Executive has for some time proposed a new leadership structure which has created diverse opinions from staff and senior members. Cabinet, understandably, in our view, has not been in favour of adopting a new leadership structure without their full involvement and consideration of several different options. Some colleagues believe that some internal appointments have not been awarded on merit or skill set. Whether senior management agree with this or not, if middle leaders have this view, it demonstrates a gap in communication, trust, motivation and effective working in the council. Colleagues mentioned they used to be proud to work for the council, but not anymore. The council culture was described as promoting suspicion and mistrust, there being a fear of consequence, and the working environment was described as harmful. Colleagues state there's a difference between what is said, the values on the wall, and what is done. Middle leaders and senior councillors describe senior executive officers as being dismissive of member views, and that this has developed into contempt for the current cabinet. Many senior executive officers have had a career background in the NHS and had relatively little understanding of working within a political environment. This has resulted in misunderstanding the concept of member primacy or of a member-led organisation. This approach, at times dismissive to cabinet members, whether deliberate or due to lack of experience, has led to the current situation. The current executive team has only 2 substantive members. The remainder of the senior team, including the monitoring officer and the Section 151 officer, are interim or temporary appointments. There is no effective capacity for improvement. There is a disconnect between cabinet and senior officers, then between the senior officers and many heads of service. As Max has already mentioned, there are many hard-working staff in Northumberland, providing good services for residents. But they look and they told us about the dysfunctionality in the senior levels of the council. They look with despair and embarrassment. The staff have had no effective overall strategic direction. They're unsure of their place in the council's journey. Performance in many areas is starting to fluctuate, and in the absence of clear direction and purpose, it's only a matter of time before performance in some services will have a more detrimental impact on residents. So I'm just going to hand over to Gordon now to take us through the remaining.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And I'm going to summarise the sections from pages 19 to 35. There's a lot of detail in there, and it would not be helpful to repeat everything, I think, here. But first of all, the section, so there's several sections, and then there are 2 more general areas where we've had a look around the Constitution and company governance that seem to be tied into many different issues. So first of all, on page 19, political and operational leadership. And what I've decided to do in a couple of these is actually just sort of set out what we might hope to find, and then actually indications of what we really did here. And some of this is, this particular one, Jim has already talked about. But certainly when political and operational leadership is working well, senior councillors and senior officers work well together with understood but complementary roles, and the effect of this collaboration is visible to other councillors, staff and partners. Now that takes a long time to build and sometimes not too long to destroy. But it's very visible, and because it's visible, it sets a tone for the organisation. It's a model of ways of working where trust is apparent and disagreement and differences of views are resolved through process and discussion. This discussion of issues and options and appraisals, debate and engagement is a necessary foundation for converting councillor ambitions into deliverable programmes of action, and also to enable the officer machine to translate the ambitions into objectives, service plans and objectives for a range of teams and individuals. Now, Jim's already covered some of the content here, but clearly we had an enormous message about mistrust, a sense of mistrust, a sense of poor behaviour, which is visible to many people, visible through your YouTube channel as well, not just the people that might come into the chamber. During our period, the processes and effectiveness of the executive leadership team, I'm talking about the team here of officers, has deteriorated markedly in recent years. And it is one of these odd things that while some areas of service leadership continue relatively effectively, as a corporate organisation, it feels like there's minimal functioning. And this isn't a collection of different services, this is one organisation, a unitary authority. And the working relationship between members and officers seems to follow the same pattern. When I'm using quotes here, we're only using quotes if we've heard it a number of times, not once. One senior officer said, there's a lack of visibility of senior officers. They seem to be providing tactical and operational guidance rather than managing the strategic approach. There's a sense from particularly officers and some members that we spoke to about an absence of a long-term vision for Northumberland and quite what the council is focused on in doing that. Another quote, it feels like we are chasing the priorities of individual members rather than the plan. Now clearly there's been work done in a plan. Service managers are caught in the middle. Senior managers are distracted. So it does seem that the normal processes to ensure effective senior member and officer communication, planning and agreement have broken down in part. The informal meetings between the council leadership and the chief executive have happened. The informal cabinet happens. These are normal things in councils. But it is clear from reading the notes of several years of meeting that actually some of these issues go round and round without actually being resolved. Jim talked about code of conduct and the misuse of SARs and FOIs. And another quote to illustrate that. It's got to a stage where you're afraid to say anything that you might disagree with for fear of a conduct complaint being made. Okay, going on to capacity and capability. And again, what we might have hoped to have seen. So we'd want to, any council would want to secure a situation where the chief exec and senior staff group is competent and ambitious for its area, for Northumberland. Obviously, with those people having strong experience and understanding of local government, and where the senior staff group, or the wider group of senior staff, is led by a reasonably stable senior team. I mean, there's nothing wrong with interims, as some of us know, but used in very particular ways, not as the basic ongoing arrangement for an authority. You'd want that senior team to have responsibilities that are to develop delivery plans, lead the wider staff group, and because they're rooted in understanding the council's priorities and objectives, able to give guidance and thought to individual teams and its staff. When successful, these processes result in a swathe of plans where performance can be seen throughout the organisation and which are translated into performance objectives for the chief exec, executive directors, and that progress towards a corporate plan can be easily monitored all the way through the golden thread of the organisation. And all of this creates a degree of understanding and clarity for all councillors, the wider staff group, and indeed partners. Okay, I think I'm not going to summarise the next stage, because again Jim's covered quite a bit of that. I'm now going to go on to use of resources, the impact of governance on the ability of the organisation to deliver best value and the impact on service delivery. Now, this is in some ways a techie part of what the Council does, but it is the core of governance from the top to the bottom in any organisation. And if that's not there, then what you have otherwise are a range of activities and initiatives that are not necessarily within a governing framework. So what we want to see is, there's a core of good governance described, which gives clarity about strategic direction, priorities and plans for delivery aligned to realistic financial plans, and a corporate planning and performance management framework, an organisation-wide corporate planning and performance management framework. And that would provide a format where delivery and financial information would be reported in public via Cabinet through scheduled quarterly reports, and of course any other potentially more focused reports which explain changes from what was expected or wanted, or corrective action, whether that be policy or about management action. So you've been doing work on a corporate plan. It's not clear from the interviews that we conducted that there's wide understanding of knowledge of that. That may be something that's in train, but quite often you'd expect that at a very early stage rather than something that's commuted at the end. There has been reference in some of your documentation to a corporate performance framework, but actually when quizzing on this isn't actually manifested in the form of policy paper or protocols or corporate guidance. This is quite unusual not to have such a document, because you would expect that document to give the single account of what's expected of different departments or officers and what the annual cycle and timetable would be for preparing information, preparing reports of performance, and where that goes. So in the absence of that, and the assumption that people somehow or other pick that up, that means new staff, or indeed new members for that matter, would be unaware of what's available when, or when it's expected, and need to pick it up. It was reported that the system triggers a request for an exception report when evidence of KPIs in some services are falling off, and that's a good thing. It's also reported that portfolio holders have become more involved in improvement meetings in the last year, another good thing. Also said that quarterly performance reports are seen by portfolio holders, presented to informal cabinet and scrutiny chairs. However, it seems pretty unclear how much of that performance information is genuinely presented in the public domain, and therefore it has the potential to be open to challenge either through scrutiny or by councillors of non-administration parties. A review of the agenda of Cabinet for the last 3 years clearly show that there have been quarterly financial reports, but no service KPIs or broader monitoring performance. It was suggested that this data was available on the website if you look for it. And maybe as that system matures, that might be an excellent thing in this organisation. However, reporting to individual cabinet members or informal meetings clearly does not constitute evidence of active performance management and public accountability. It's no substitute for appropriate presentation at a public meeting of Cabinet where proper public accountability can be exercised. Part of this issue about corporate governance is that the whole organisation has a responsibility both for setting plans and monitoring progress and intervening when that doesn't happen. It's not clear that there is such a system in this organisation that is used and works. So while that corporate governance is weak and there are fragmented processes, actually rather paradoxically, that sometimes means that some service areas get on with it half in the sight of the corporate organisation and perhaps not. But it's a common theme in inspection reports nationally that when a major service is failing, that is an indication of failing in corporate governance. It should not be possible for one part of the organisation to have a major failing without the corporate organisation having been aware of that and early enough to do something about it. And then lastly, just in summarising this section, the continuing vacuum in effective strategic leadership and low confidence in the speedy turnaround of the conditions to restore good and effective leadership is undermining staff loyalty, as Jim outlined, and partner confidence too. This clearly represents a significant risk to service delivery. Now, I'm just going to say something brief about Constitution and then company governance. Now, we didn't set out to read the 400-odd pages of the Constitution. Nobody really would in their right mind. But in the course of issues raised and problem issues, it became clear that there were a number of things you might expect to have been resolved through making adjustments to your Constitution that weren't. So it's a sort of pottage list of examples, and they're listed in the report. I don't intend to go through all of those. But the Constitution every council has a Constitution, and it is as long as yours. But some of that needs to be developed and adjusted to make sure that you understand with great clarity who is empowered to do what the limits of that are, and how certain processes are allowed to happen. You already do an annual review, but somehow or other you haven't fed into that review what are clearly problematic issues that are being raised by different members about how certain things are done, about what roles members should fulfil in different circumstances, and so on. You'll see at one point, when I was looking at procedural rules, because obviously watching the videos suggested that maybe some of the normal rules that you have in councils around standing up, around the role of the business chair when people speak and so on, perhaps weren't in place in Northumberland, and that would be an easy win to put them in place. But on my third reading of your Constitution, I can now really get into the detail then, you actually do include that. So in particular, the provisions of section 1212 on handling points of order, 19.1, 19.2, 19.3 and 19.4 concerning when speaking is permitted and when not, when the meeting must be silent, when a member will be required to terminate a speech, and a requirement to leave the meeting. Now, these are all rules that every council has in order to allow all of you to be able to have your say in the right way, be heard, and for debate to be run systematically and sensibly. The test of the Constitution, of course, is whether you stick to it. And we did hear quite a number of times, not just in relation to speaking, but in relation to some other aspects too. And it was a phrase from one member said, yes, we know that's what it says in the Constitution, but that's not what we're actually doing. And that fundamentally is a real cultural problem that requires all council and all individual members of council to actually decide that's an important way to run this organisation and democratic practice. Now, lastly, company governance, and again, we didn't start off this exercise with a view that we'd be looking at company governance in particular, but relatively early on, it kept featuring in interviews again and again and again around different issues, whether it was about behaviour, whether it was about trying to resolve different views about how certain things should be done, what was the right way to do certain things, and how to move forward. And so, in the end, we've got a section on this here, not because we're making any sort of assessment of whether the companies are doing the right thing or not, but as an insight, as a lens, looking at how the council's gone about establishing appropriate governance arrangements, both in terms of our framework or setting out the roles and responsibilities in one particular area, how it takes corrective action when things have gone wrong, what lessons it's learned and how it's applied them, all the things you would expect of a council. Not that things never go wrong, but actually how do you go about putting them right in a timely fashion. Also on two fronts, international, and I'm saying very little about that because obviously you're going to be talking about that in a moment, but we've provided a summary of what we found, which of course is absolutely in tune with the Section 114 report. But I guess there are two takeaways from that for us. One was about the limited occasions on which the decisions around international and what it might be and what it could be were not taken at Cabinet or Council at the right times. So it was reported to us there had been lots of informal discussions, there had been informal briefings to different groups, there had been stuff in the media about launches and so on, but actually the proper process of both deciding and taking decisions about that, the evidence is not there. And secondly, clearly a big question about the delay and slowness to put things right, even when it became clear that this was wrong. Now, secondly, around the story from Arch to Advance, and as all of you will know, Arch has been around for over 10 years, but the Council decided, after discussions and allegations, decided in 2017 to conduct a review of that. And what that review found was historic poor governance that clearly had been going back a number of years. And then the question in governance terms is, what did the Council do about all of that? And was that sufficient in what might reasonably be expected? Now, in 2018, the Council decided to set up Advance, partly as a way to rebrand, which is perfectly understandable, but presumably also as an opportunity to put in place governance arrangements inside the company that were missing in Arch. In other words, to set up the right way and establish good practice. And in doing that, of course, it had the reports on Arch. It had two reports. The Audit Committee had two reports in July and October in 2017 that outlined some of the issues and problems that were still being looked at. So in June 2018, the Cabinet, with a paper, agreed to set up, advance and transfer all the operations to that. Now, that Cabinet report does raise many relevant issues to be addressed about good governance in the companies. It included a recommendation 4 in that report to conduct an interim review within 6 months and report to Cabinet. 13 months later, there was a follow-up report to Cabinet in July 2019, and that did approve further development work around the operating agreement, technical agreement, some change to the approach of loans, but actually not the wide range of issues that had been identified before or that was still in play, and not a lot about the Council's approach to governance of its wholly owned companies, as opposed to the governance inside the company about good practice. Now, by this stage, mid-2019, the Council were aware that the external auditor had delivered qualified opinions in the years 2017, 2018, and again in 2019 in respect of Arch and subsequently of Advance. So, knowledge about things not being right, reports saying we've got lots of things we've got to do, and some of them being done in 18 and 19, meant 2 years on we're still there. Now, it would be churlish not to recognise that the pandemic began in this phase, and clearly, in particular, that the impact of the government restrictions had an impact in the development and construction sector, and therefore on Advance's own operation. That's inevitably part of the story. So it got more complicated in terms of the operation. The council engaged a consultant in 2020, and in January 2021, there were recorded presentations to informal cabinet, to audit committee, and then a paper on the same issues to cabinet in February 2021. Yeah. Now that report was really very extensive. It identified a very wide range of issues where improvement was still needed around the governance arrangements. But that was in February 21. 2017 was when this exercise started. So it's difficult not to draw the conclusion that after 5 years, after receiving reports about serious failings and various subsequent reports about progress, the Council is yet to resolve its framework for governance of companies and receive full assurance about the performance of its wholly owned companies. Now, the report then goes on to highlight some issues that were raised and actually areas where improvement should be focused. So the Council's framework of governance of companies. There is very little in your constitution about companies and company governance. So there is no description about why you're having a company at all. What's the purpose of choosing that? When and why would you choose that purpose? What are the roles of different parties to that? How is that to be managed? What are the set of arrangements about regulating the arrangements between the council as owner and the performance of the company as a separate entity? The shareholder function, I do want to dwell on this a bit because it came up a lot. I mean, I use a very moderate phrase here in 846. The proper and effective exercise of the shareholder responsibility remains in development at Northumberland County Council. And let me just read a couple of these paragraphs. It appears that some of the initiatives that have been taken over these years to improve governance in the companies have been designed into us in response to a sense that the council somehow needs to take more control of advance. However, the forms of control in a number of instances seem to be more akin to directly managing services rather than designed to gain the benefits of establishing a company structure. In Northumberland County Council, the Chief Executive was designated the shareholder representative, and that's not unusual. But it does seem clear that the Chief Exec has undertaken that role without an adequate understanding of the limits of that role or the proper role of company directors and how to report to Cabinet on the issues of relevance to the shareholder. So many interviewees described how the function was exercised through excessive intervention in day-to-day activities and decisions, effectively undermining the board, councillors and the managing director. This dysfunctional relationship appears at one point to have led to the collective resignation of 3 independent board directors together. The shareholder, supported by their nominated representative, needs to hold the board to account, not to manage its work in detail. At 852, just to explain, the shareholder, because there's confusion in this council about roles of different bodies in relation to companies. Now, this has been an issue in lots of councils. Unfortunately, Northumberland is not unique in trying to find its way through these, but there are specific things here to be settled. And the shareholder function is an executive function. And nowadays, it's good practice to establish a subcommittee of the Cabinet to act as the shareholder committee. And clearly, the membership would not include those Cabinet members whose portfolio might give rise to potential conflicts of interest. This is where decisions reserved to the shareholder would be considered and where the shareholder representative would report on relevant issues, including council strategy, company annual business plans, company performance, and to be given instructions on how to exercise their role, i.e. how the shareholder representative may exercise their role. The role of scrutiny is to consider the actions of the shareholder in developing the company and holding it to account. It's not to oversee the arrangements between the council and the company, as is currently described in the remit of the Scrutiny Committee. So this still remains a bit confused here. The third area is conflicts of interest. Clearly a difficult area for everyone. It would help if there was a written policy about where you might expect conflicts to arise and how those are to be dealt with. A number of paragraphs here about that. Then there's the issue about board composition and experience. Several points here. Often you set up a company and you want non-exec directors who know something about the business to help run that company. How that process is working currently is, I think, at best stalled, because I know there's been discussion about bringing on new non-exec directors. But that is now normal, and the national guidance now suggests that a non-exec should be might be in a majority on a company board in a local authority. There's also an issue about turnover. There's been enormous turnover of board members over Arch and Advance, and especially where that's councillors, you would want your councillors, who's individuals, to build up knowledge and experience in the business of the company. So whether you put that in your constitution, that that's something you're going to do on that committee and maybe other committees like the Audit Committee, where you want to build up experience, something for you to decide. But if you want things to be effective, then there needs to be parts of your decision-making and position. Because these are very difficult exercises, you will note that 86162 do deliberately say it does feel like there is some active improvement, and I think here I particularly refer to your two interim directors that will be working on that, on some of the detail, but it still remains the case that as a council you still have to answer the basic question, probably in your constitution, and this is 863, you need to clarify why you're operating through one or more companies, what the purposes are that you're wanting from these companies, and the set of regulatory arrangements that allow you to do that. And that will be articles of association, an operating agreement, an agreed long-term and an annual plan that gets updated, and a range of operational bodies between the company and the council to manage progress and adjustments, issues that crop up the whole time. It's good to see that reporting to Cabinet of the financial performance of companies has now started at the tail end of last year. Max, over to you.
Chair, before I go on to the conclusions, I just want a couple of words on the Chief Executive's disciplinary process, which is referred to. It is not the purpose of a corporate governance review to determine the validity or otherwise of the potential charges. But most councils never run a disciplinary process for a Chief Executive, so there isn't an awful lot of experience. There are two fundamental issues. One, test your constitution to make sure you're doing it in accordance with the rules and the national guidance and the legislation. And two, make sure that the charges that you're bringing forward actually are something that can be determined. You started in the wrong place in both of those, and it is no surprise that you ended up in the wrong place. But it is wrong to suggest that members would be subject to some financial penalty for participating in any particular decision. Surcharge was abolished by Eric Pickles. Unless members act capriciously with some process that was outside normal arrangements, you would not be personally liable. You're indemnified. The council covers that. And where you've ended up with the decisions that you've taken is effectively you can't start those processes again on those charges. That's not a possible outcome for you to go forward, which is a disaster for both your Chief Executive and the Council. She is neither exonerated, nor is the Council able to pursue those allegations. You are stuck. And that's a really difficult position because, turning to the conclusions and recommendations, it's common ground with your Chief Executive and all the group leaders that I have spoken to that the Council needs to reset and move on, and your current Chief Executive is not the person who is best able to carry that forward. You have a lot to be proud of. You have achieved some great things. But you could have done an awful lot better. And members may say that we've been very clear. We don't understand why it is the officers don't know what we're trying to achieve. Members, actually, in my experience, frequently say that. It requires the top officers to cascade that information right the way through the organisation to make sure that the targets that are set at the top cascade through some golden thread to the absolute bottom of the organisation. A starting point, a good starting point, would be to adopt the JNC arrangements for the appraisal of chief executives, where there are clear targets. Councils vary in their practice in this. Some do it on an administration process only, some do it on an all-party process, but actually a fundamental part of that is that the targets for the chief executive are published for the entire council to see, because the chief executive's job is to deliver the administration's policies and programmes, but to be accountable to every one of you for their delivery. And if the council doesn't know what the chief executive's targets are, how can you possibly hold a chief executive to account? It is just not possible. Opinions vary about whether or not chief officers below them have some sort of member level involvement. In my experience, it's actually always good to ensure that the senior officers actually hear what members think about them and how they are performing. But you should be able to see in a well-run council a golden thread which starts with the corporate plan, the budget, the business plans, the chief executive's targets, and that reaches right the way down to your road workers and your street workers, because they're all part of this unitary council. They all deliver services that the people expect from you and deliver. This report looks backwards. It's inevitable, it will do. Now you need to move on. You need to build a top team who are going to deliver what the people of this county have elected in terms of their administration, to deliver what you need to do. And you can't do that from where you are. And you can't do that, actually, until you can start getting in place a permanent team of top officers. That is fundamental to the success. And then you need to be able to reset with that team, because it doesn't happen by osmosis. Just saying it doesn't change it. Actually, there's a process that is required. And so the recommendations, some of which you can see have come from the things that my colleagues have talked about all the way through, make sure that you end up with a council that knows what it is the politicians that are elected to represent the people want to deliver, that cascades right the way through the organisation, that is delivered and performance managed properly, and that decisions are taken in the right place in a way in which everyone can see that they were taken, and they can be scrutinised by whatever arrangements you set up, particularly in respect of companies, so that people understand how that works, because company law and local government law are very different. The company directors, and I want to emphasise this because Gordon made this point, but company directors are responsible for delivering the business performance of the company. The shareholder, and there are very clear limits on shareholder rules, companies are not a council department in another name. I think that you're not alone in making that mistake, and actually there are many councils that are much worse than you in that respect, but actually getting it right. And local partnerships publish a really good advice note to help you ask the right questions and get in the right place. So the recommendations are designed to move you on, to get you into the right place, and I hope will help you just think about some of the issues that have been around for some time, but which may never have actually reached this level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As per my note circulated yesterday, I intend to take questions in batches of 3 or 4 for Mr Keller and his team through me as the business chair. I would like to emphasise, please only ask questions today. You will get an opportunity to debate the outcomes of the Independent Corporate Governance Review at the next extraordinary council meeting on the 21st of June. The one exception I'm going to do to the batches of 3 or 4 is a first batch, which I'm just going to take batch from all 5 different group leaders, and I'm going to go in the size order of the groups. So I'm going to go to the leader, Glenn Sanderson. Questions?
Thank you very much. I'll sort of stand here and then I can address the chamber as well as yourself. First of all, I would say it's a great pity that you are not able to look at how things are today. Interims, our interims have behaved brilliantly and picked up the challenge over the last 5 weeks. And the atmosphere here is completely different, and I think if you ask any of the Cabinet administration or senior leaders, in fact all our officers, I think they'll say the same. And what I would like to do right at the front is say you would be more than welcome to come back in 6 months, 9 months' time and see for yourself. Secondly,
Leader, I'm going to call in here, and it's the question
okay,
session.
the question is, so that was the question. I hope you, will you come back? However, I am allowed a little bit of flexibility, I think, and I'm just simply going to say this. Looking at the members here, I have a very good relationship with almost all of you, and even the ones I don't get on so well with, I know we can work together. Please, may we all work together to make this happen. The Conservative group will accept all the recommendations unanimously today, and I hope we all can. Thank you.
Okay, I go to Councillor Dickinson for your questions.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Obviously, we haven't had this report for very long. We had a full and frank debate between leaders with Max and the team, and we thank him for the work. I think Glenn's right in terms of optimism. We have to draw a line, we have to move forward, but what we can't do is pretend that none of this has happened. What we can't do is just nod at the bits that we like and shake our heads at the bits we don't like, or just take the conclusion bits that have been shared here today, because lots was skipped in here. And we need to look at the detail and put it right for the Northumbrians, because that's what it's about today. Taking this report, use it and learning exercise. And I suppose my question to Max is, you've done a great deal of work on this. There's been a lot of good things done by the CEO and the team, which you've identified. A lot of good things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done better. We recognise that as a council. It needs to be recognised as a council. What would you recommend in terms of moving forward? Because we have this bottleneck in terms of groups being able to work together because of personalities, and I think we need to get past that, because if we can't work together, this will not succeed in terms of being our bedrock for change in Northumberland and delivering a council that people can be proud of again.
Councillor Derek Kennedy, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, what do you say after that? I mean, it sounds as though the baseline was 2017. Then we know what happened in 2017 and who came into power. Yeah. And
we do, Councillor Kennedy, but what's the question?
Just beg your pardon, sir. You've just had councillors making lots of statements before I get to me.
I did call out Councillor Sanderson. I didn't actually call out Councillor Dickinson, but I could have.
Yeah.
So can I have a question, please?
I am making a question. So it all seems to stem from a baseline of 2017. You know, when we know what happened then, we got a new administration in and a new chief executive appointed all at the same time in 2017. And then looking at all of this, it all seems to have slowly been a veneer, and more veneers of control failures, turnover of staff, expensive interims who just look after the place but don't make strategic plans and deliver them.
Councillor Kenny, can I ask you to get to the question,
Yeah,
please?
I'm getting to it. So my question, Mr. Keller, and I do thank you for it, and when I had my interview with you, I said all along, my view is that whatever you say, I will accept and I will vote for it. So my question to you, Mr. Keller, is if you were a betting man, what chances do you give this council of getting it right?
Councillor Jeff Reid, your question, please.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I don't have a question, actually. I think...
Sit down then.
I hope you do, Councillor Reid.
No, I just want to thank the team for producing the report. And we just got to go away now and we've got to read this and we've got to come back on the 21st of June. We're going to have several meetings between then and now. And we've just got to tackle it. And, you know, what question is there? There isn't. You've just got to accept what we're being told by people that know what they're talking about.
Councillor Morford.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this point. I would like to say that I appreciate the work that the team have put into the review. I look forward to reading the report and I'm looking forward to working with the other group leaders on implementing the recommendations.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Keller answer these points, but I will remind members that I'm going to take questions. We've had you group leaders make your point, so it's very definite questions. Please respect that. Thank you.
Chair, we had to strike a baseline somewhere. 2017 is far enough back, it seemed to us. Going back to the start of the Unitary Council would have been possible, wouldn't have perhaps produced any more illumination on what we have found. What I would say to you, and what the report makes clear, is that that was a time where you chose to appoint a chief executive on a part-time basis. In our experience and judgment, running a unitary authority of this size and this complexity is actually a hard job. And if the question perhaps to you is, should you have thought harder about the specification for a chief executive and what you wanted to be done at that time, and thought about what effort was required before you launched into a permanent appointment. And I take exactly what the leader has said about where you are over the past few weeks. But this was a review that started in February, and the last few weeks we have been busy writing. But I would also say that in our experience, running a council on interims is not the way to make progress. You need to ensure that you have permanent people who are committed to this place and these people. That's how local government works. People and place. There's nothing else about local government. That's what makes local government special. It's all about people and place. And if you run this too much on interims, and as has been said, you can get some very good interim officers, you will not have people here long enough to carry things through. So that's the point that I would make. What I would say about being a betting man, Chair, is that my son works in a casino in Macau. I know of no rich gamblers, but I know of many rich casino operators and betting shops. But having said that, I think you are a strong county. I think you have lots of opportunity. I think you should see this as an agenda to take you forward rather than to look backwards. And if you're prepared to do that, and I know that the LGA are more than happy to support you on that journey, then you should be able to do this. Why wouldn't you? Because it's in the interests of the people and the place. And that's why you're here.
Can I have indications from the council chamber of anyone who would wish to speak or ask a question, should I say? I will say Councillor Bridget was the first councillor I saw, then I will go for Councillor Watson, then I'll go for Councillor Hill, and I will take that as the first batch, and then I'll ask again for hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to draw Mr. Callaghan's attention to page 20, section 7.11. I'm not going to read the actual section, but the quote that goes with it says, "It's got to a stage where you are afraid to say anything you might disagree with for fear of a conduct complaint being made." Well, in the words of Meatloaf, you took the words right out of my mouth. Could I ask Mr. Callaghan if he believes or if he agrees that it is the job and the role of a backbench member or an opposition member to challenge the administration and to question officers where it is appropriate to do so in the forum of full council if need be, to ensure the interests of the residents they are elected to represent and the county are represented adequately and are done so in a way that ensures fairness for all, not just the administration?
Councillor Watson.
A question is, are you aware of that fact that Advance has just had an unqualified acceptance of its accounts this year? And the second point is, are you aware that the board of Advance, of which I am the interim chair, made recommendations before Christmas, very much along the lines that you have expressed about having independent people and remunerating them correctly, and they sat on someone's desk for months and months and months, and no progress was made. Are you aware of those facts?
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to ask Max Kohler and his team to respond to this short observation. The report is, in professional and constructive terms, damning. Climate fear, dysfunctional council, need of a fundamental reset. 4 years after being set up, Advance still has severe governance weaknesses or similar wording. It is a damning report. It needs to be damning so we can move on. But the observation is that reading through this report, it seems very focused on officers, which betrays the fact that ultimately elected councillors are in charge. Ultimately, it's the Conservatives that have been in administration for 5 years. And it also ignores, well, I'm seeing people who were leaders and former portfolio holders for governance, and they're nodding their heads as if it's nothing to do with me, Governor.
I think there's been a fundamental problem in the way you have framed your question.
Well, it's a question.
There's a fundamental problem with it, Councillor Hill.
The second part of that is the specific behaviours and mistakes that were made right from the time when the Chief Executive was bound unlawfully to be suspended. So I think councillors have been let off the hook a bit here. It's ultimately they've been in charge for the last 5 years, this dysfunctional mess. The final question, we'll get to my question now, on page 37, you talk about the fundamental reset and the need for a seasoned local government professional input to help NCC scope and start the process of change. I think we need our hand held more and more intervention than here's your scoping exercise, off you go. And I just wondered if there's any suggestions of ways we can have that external support and intervention rather than here's your report, off you go, because things have got so entrenched and bad, I wouldn't have much confidence that things would move forward without intervention and support.
Okay, Mr. Keller.
Chair, in answer to Councillor Watson's points, we weren't aware of the accounts, so obviously that's a very recent development. We were aware of the other points, and that's been taken into account as part of the process. And it's there, as I said, on page 50.
Paragraph 850.
So,
paragraph 850.
Paragraph 850. So you no,
Of course.
no, we've read it, we wrote it, we know it. But it's there, and it has sat for too long, and it's because people don't understand how companies work and the difference between companies and councils and how you do that. So, yes, we got the point. I would defend the rights of members to ask robust questions in public of administrations and officers. But there is a requirement for both officers and members to behave with respect and to treat each other properly and to follow the rules of debate. I've already said to the Chair that if you'd been in my council, some of you would have been thrown out and not lasted the meeting, because some of the behaviours that we can see on your media, which are there for all time, are just unacceptable, and that's not how local government should be run. This is local government, not local administration, nor is it the Oxford Union. It's not one of those things. So it's important that we do it properly, that officers understand that they can answer questions fairly and openly, that it's not personal, and it feels quite often that it looks as though it's personal rather than challenging the policy and the programme rather than the individual. That is unacceptable. That should be stopped, and it is up to people in the chair, in whichever meeting it is, to just call that out, stop it and move on. We can't be doing with that. That's not good local government. There are two of us at this table who are commissioners in intervention authorities. I don't think you really want to be in those circumstances, because it takes away your powers to act as the democratically elected individuals who represent the people, and gives it to unelected persons to tell you what to do. There is a world of difference between help, which is why we recommend and have agreed with the LGA that they will support you with people that can carry that forward, to having people that direct you, whether you like it or not, to do what's control. If that's what you want, you shouldn't be standing for election, actually. You shouldn't be standing for election at all if you want someone else to do that to you. That is just wrong, Chair, in my advice to you. But you have got to think about the dignity and the majesty of a council like this in such a big area, in the way in which you behave and the way in which you carry things forward. That's just how things should be done. I might be quite old-fashioned about this. And I would also say to Councillor Hill, Chair, that anyone reading this report would think that we might be very measured, but we haven't let anybody off.
Okay, can I have a show of hands for further questions? I'm going to go to Councillor Dale, then I'm going to go to Councillor Ferguson, then I am going to go to Councillor Ball. Thank you. Councillor Dale.
Thank you very much. Can I first of all thank Mr. Keller and his comrades for actually putting together a very straightforward and honest report. I think one of the big things that we will need to do is that we have got recommendations here which actually give us the first step to improvement, and I think there are lots and lots of steps to go before we go there. The concerns I have is about the new council. We had an election in 2021. Before that, we had COVID-19, and the council probably became a little bit dysfunctional then. It was all it had to deal with. However,
Councillor Dale,
can I just say, yeah,
can we please get to the questions? Yeah. And it's not aimed at you. There's been quite a lot of people who've done that, but we need to. We've got lots of things here saying that we need to get back to questions and to follow procedure. So can we get to questions, please?
Thank you. What I would like to say is that there's nothing in these recommendations, including training of new members or even training of old members. And I think that one of the big things to bring people together is actually training together, understanding each other. And I would ask Mr. Callett if he would consider that that should be a recommendation to be put forward, or does he consider it's already there, but I haven't noticed it clearly, and maybe it should be more put in black and white. Could I ask that question, please, Mr. Callett?
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just begin by saying thank you to Mr. Callett and his team for the report and for producing that today, but also I want to say thank you to Councillor Sanson as a leader for actually requesting this and pushing for it and not being deterred, as pointed out in the report, from it. The mic is on. It's been mentioned by a couple of members so far about trying to point to the administration and things like that. I think what we need to be clear is that the officers are the ones with the experience and the knowledge, and they're there to guide us. And as pointed out in point 6.8, and it comes back to something Councillor Dale has just said, only 9 out of 67 councillors have undertaken the data protection
Councillor
training.
Ferguson, I'm going to ask once again, can you get to the question,
I'm
please?
coming to it.
I'm trying to say this to all councillors. I'm not
I know,
a political party you're in or anything like that. Please get the questions.
So my question is if there was a poor uptake on training from that point, as Councillor Dale said, do we need to have more robust system for training for councillors to ensure that the councillors have the knowledge and the ability to carry out the rules that are expected of them? And on the back of that, because we're being guided by the officers, we're relying upon them, do you believe that because the governance is so linked to the legal side into legislation, do you believe that anything that has taken place has actually been unlawful either by the council or by individuals? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ball, question, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Max Kohler and the team. This is a great report, and basically Northumberland County Council was a place people aspired to work and were proud to work here. Since 2017, report after report has shown bad governance.
Councillor Ball, you appear to be reading a...
How is this report any different to any report that we've seen previously? How long will the council get to improve, and when and how will this be judged? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions.
Chair, I think that if you look at 10.1, it is obvious that training is a fundamental part of this. Many councils operate for certain things a mandatory requirement to be trained, like on audit committees, planning committees, licensing committees, all those sorts of things. That requires mandatory training. But you need to actually help members to actually fulfil their role, and that's part of a reset in my view, because you will not get better behaviour if you have new codes of conduct and practice if people don't know what those codes are. It's really up to the council whether this is going to be any different, actually. If the council spends a long time talking but decides to do nothing, then it will be like any other report that you've spent a long time talking about and decided to do nothing about. So really, that's not a question for us. Actually, that's a question for you.
Okay, can I have some more questions? I'll have Councillor Murphy, I will have Councillor Bourne, and I'll have Councillor Ezel-Shelvin.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Callagher, sorry, I don't know if it's Callagher or Kohler? Callagher, Mr. Callagher and his team.
You can call me Max, it's okay.
Okay, thanks, Max. What you feel about the system that was inherited by the officers who are named within this report. I'm very conscious that flawed systems create problems for even the best individuals, and I'm just wondering whether perhaps constitutionally at the time of this Chief Executive's appointment, perhaps the council wasn't in the best position that it could be. I'm just very conscious that people will be reading this and finding there's a lot of blame directed towards senior officers, and I wonder how much of that is actually systemic rather than just flawed individuals in perfect systems. Thank you.
Councillor Bourne, your question.
Thank you, Max. we've established that you guys are the experts. You know what you're talking about. I think whoever that doubting councillor was at the start, I think hopefully their doubts have been put to rest. My question is straightforward. I want your expertise, your view on something. You highlighted, for example, perfectly in the report, the difficulty and obfuscation the political leadership had in just commissioning this report. As a sort of demonstration of the obfuscation difficulty it's had in doing many things. If you were Glenn, Max, what would you have done differently to be able to resolve this issue?
Good question.
Councillor Ezel-Shelvin.
Thank you, Chair. Max, I think reading the report, I get a deep impression that you know the in and out of our council, what happened in our council for 5 years, more than anyone else. And you and your teammates have a rich experience with other councils. So my question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you like to rate our council in the past 5 years? And where do you think, with a bit of reforms, we can be in the future? Thank you.
Chair, I don't think anyone should have an excuse about where you were. If you have chief officers being appointed, part of our task across the piece is to actually think, what do we need to do to sort out the changes? So whether or not I've come into councils where it was madness. But if you just allow that to stop you, you're not doing the job that you're a professional officer to do. That's what you're there to achieve. And I'm not going to rate councils on 1 to 10 because I have never known a council that's all good and I have never known a council that's all bad. There are lots of things that you do better than anybody else. And there are a number of things that we have highlighted to you that you need to improve on. If you thought you were perfect, that would be a 0 in my ratings because you would not be self-aware at all. What would I do if I was the leader? Well, one of the reasons why I stayed an officer is because I never ever wanted to be a leader. It's one of those jobs that it's like when the Queen said to Boris, you're the nth Prime Minister. Why would anyone want to do that job? The only thing you could do, I suppose, is put a motion down to council. But actually, it's unheard of for a leader not to be able to get an item on his own cabinet agenda. It is just wrong. If it was unlawful, then there would be a report which should say, the leader has asked for this, he's determined the items on the agenda, regrettably, it's unlawful. Your monitoring officer would hop up and say, the leader wants it, but you're not doing it. If any leader thought that that was a good idea, to get an item on the agenda that was unlawful, I don't think that's likely to be a long career path in my experience. So I understand the frustration. I understand why the leader did what he did. It was lawful. It was, in his judgment, the best he could do at the time. But it should never have got to that. If the leader wanted to have a corporate governance review and he had no opportunity to influence what I said, as did no other leader, every single group leader has been treated the same, as I made that point right at the outset. He did what he said he was going to do. You have the report. It's later than you would have otherwise have had it, and that's cost you time in moving things on, and you might not have experienced some of the other things that have come to pass since. But now you need to stop looking back and saying, how can we move forward? Because that's what you need to do.
Okay. Sorry, that's the one that, quite the airplane one, isn't it? But so can I have a few more questions. I'm going to say Councillor Oliver, then Councillor Dodd, then Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. There's three sort of process themes in this report. There's a sort of a lack of process, there's a lack of understanding of process, and there's override of process. I think the recommendation is very clear on the first two, but how do we deal with the third one?
Thank you. Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on 3 scrutiny committees at the moment, and it says here, some members on scrutiny committees were not clear on their authority to commission information and reports, potentially resulting in unduly fettered approach to an appropriate scrutiny of the executive. Do we need to have a further look into our roles in scrutiny and the purpose of scrutiny? I'm asking because I'm on 3, and I want to know do we need to change the system, or do we need to recruit better? Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say thank you for using plain English in the report so we can all read it. You know, I've only had 30 minutes to read it, and I'm sure, given some time to read it properly, other questions will come out. My question is, in your opinion, are we talking about a systems failure or a personnel failure? And if it's between the two, what do we need to tackle first?
Chair, if I just deal with that point, I've made it quite clear in the report, we have made it quite clear in the report, that actually you can't move on until you have the right leadership at officer level to carry this forward. That is crucial. Until you do that, none of this is going to change. And actually, systems are operated by people, and I think that's the same point as Councillor Oliver was making, that if you have the right people operating the processes, then you don't get the override. But if you do, scrutiny will pick it up because it will be obvious, because decisions are properly reported and properly documented, so you would be able to see it. My advice to the Council is probably you might want to commission us, when you get to that part in the process, a separate review for the Centre for Public Scrutiny, who will help you as the professional organisation to actually do this right. Many people have found that sort of process useful because scrutiny is not the old committee structure by another name, and you might find it more useful to do more task and finish work, much more member-driven, more related to risk, more related to where the council sees its priorities rather than just a routine. It's harder work for members, and you need a different sort of officer running scrutiny, but actually it's more valuable for members because they get more out of it and they feel much more part of the council as a whole, and it also helps develop really good policy.
I've done it again, haven't I? I'm after questions again. I'll have Councillor Sesford, I'll have Councillor Renner-Thompson, and is there anyone else? I'll say Councillor Wearmouth. I'll have that 3, please. Councillor Sesford.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Keller and his team. It's been established, I think, early on that there's been a bit of an issue with some procedures and processes. That's in the report. And there's also comments about some possible, shall we say, slightly dubious decisions that may have been made. If I just pick one in particular, if I go to 510, section 510, sorry, which is about settlement figures and being made in haste and, you know, before the exit payments came in. I mean, there's others, but I'll pick that one in particular. The question is, would you say, or are you willing to say, whether any of the information that you've received over this time of this report has indicated any actions or decisions that may have been slightly less than lawful, shall we say, to choose a few words there? And if so, do you think that in moving on, that they should recommend some higher level investigations to take place surrounding these issues?
So, I'm going to have to get that finger on the right side. Councillor Renner-Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Max. One of the running themes in here is what I would call a democratic deficit, where some senior officers did not respect the democratic mandate given to councillors and did not wish to carry through the objectives of the council. Is this a common theme that you find among civil service and other councils, or is this something that you found unique to Northumberland?
Thank you. Councillor Wearmouth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Max, for your report. Just a couple of points. Right in your introduction, you mentioned signing of NDAs and other things as if it was requested. I hope that that wasn't the case in terms of the process. But just to make sure, did the council ask you to sign NDAs and so on? We did. Right. Okay. Well, that would be my preference for that not to have been the case, and I wasn't aware of that. In terms of, if I can turn to page 18 of the report, I just wanted a little bit of clarification, and it's in 6.13, and I will read out the line. The council culture was described as promoting suspicion, mistrust, and there was a fear of consequence and the working environment is described as harmful. Colleagues stated that, etc., etc. Can I just understand, was that an issue with members, or was that an issue with the staff? Because and then, if I can turn to one bit on 20, I'm sorry to just have a few of these. Councillor Pritchett has highlighted this in 7.11. This comment, in terms of you might disagree or fear a code of conduct complaints being made, again, who's that attributed to? Not the particular person, but the type of person involved in that. And finally, you mentioned in your preamble to the discussion about referrals. You've had a huge barrage of information, I'm sure, lots of things that you could have addressed in this report, but that you haven't. How many work streams will there be? How will that be highlighted? You mentioned reference to the external auditor, who's a very capable gentleman indeed, but are there other things that you'll be highlighting to other parts of the council, committees, scrutiny and so on in due course? Thank you.
Chair, one of the things about local government and officers that report in local government is they have to be fairly robust, because they stand up, like we have done, in front of members, and sometimes members aren't very friendly, and sometimes they ask very hard questions, and sometimes officers find that difficult. But that doesn't mean to say that they don't respect you for your role. Other parts of central government and other local government operations don't have that same exposure. It's a cultural thing. We make that point in the report. You don't get this in the NHS. You certainly never see a civil servant. When you see them in front of select committees, you are fascinated by how they can say so many words and answer no question. It's not like that. It's really not like that at all. So it's an issue for you. There are other places where they understand the role, they're just not very good. Every council is different, and I think that's the point. There will be issues that will come out, and we will refer the relevant papers to the individuals as we are concerned. But as I said, we don't want to be spending our time looking backwards. I think it's really important for you to look forwards. There will be conversations that I'm sure we will have with your external auditors. More than that, I don't think we're going to end up with work streams that don't come from the recommendations that start at the top, because this is all about going on from here. But it is actually quite worrying about the whole issues of non-disclosure agreements and how those things have come about, given that government ministers have from time to time told all parts of the public sector that they're not to be something that you use an awful lot, yet you seem to be here using them more than our collective experience has been across the piece. That's surprising. And it's also surprising this doesn't seem to come from a council policy, and it doesn't seem to come from some proper report. We got the figures about the payments from a question that Councillor Oliver answered, but that appears to be the only place that that's ever been reported. So something is going on. It's a set of policies that actually no one says is right, yet we're doing it. We have interviewed all those people that have been subject to NDAs. And of course, you have to take what they say with some pinch of salt, because some of the people who've departed under those arrangements haven't necessarily departed under the best of circumstances. But there are some people who've left this authority who I would still give a start to. So you've seemed to have lost some very good people that would have done this council proud, but didn't fit it. And that fits with the point that was being made about how some people are concerned about how this place works. Members would never know these things, so I don't blame members for that. But there are some policy issues that need to be addressed, and then there are some practice issues which flow from that. This is a place that ought to be able and does attract really good people to come work for you. You need to keep them and make them work for you.
We were trailing down on questions, but I'll see any more. I've got Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Swinburne and Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's given a lot of people a lot of things to think about. And like my leader said, that I think there's a lot of things to get your mind around, have open discussions and come back on the 21st. But I want to come back on a point that Councillor Dodd had said about scrutiny. I have been a chair of scrutiny. I'm involved with the same scrutiny as Councillor Dodd. You mentioned that scrutiny needs to have groups away from there, working groups. The reality is those working groups have to filter back into scrutiny, because scrutiny gives challenge to the council. And with that challenge, things have to happen. Now, we've all sat in scrutiny groups. We've put some very hard challenges there. We've put a lot of hard work into it, but with no outcome. So the reality is we are a new council. We're coming out of COVID. We're only 1 year old. As such, we've got a lot of new members on.
Councillor Gallagher, it's very interesting. It's very erudite as well. But can you get to the question?
Chance everybody else did. The reality is training. I'm a chair of planning. I've been asking for 1 year for training, 1 full year. So don't look at the members, and I'm talking about all the members in this. I've tried to get training through for all members of all parties, and I'm still hitting a brick wall. So the reality is there's never a starting line, there's always an ongoing line of training. So the reality is we are new members and old members working on a newer plan. So I welcome this, but we need to think it in a little bit more. Thank you.
Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr Keller and his team for the time taken on this report and the recommendations, which I look forward to eagerly to take forward to make improvements for this council and the residents of Northumberland. There's been reference made to the replacement of interims with substantive staff, which I wholeheartedly agree with. But my question relates to that replacement. There's mention within the report of a structure with senior staff. And I want to ask, should that structure be decided from the top down with officers, or should it be decided by members? Because if we're to replace interim staff with substantive staff, what job should staff be applying for if we're looking at the replacement of the structure? How do people know what to apply for if they're going to be brought in, but then the structure is to be changed? So who decides on the structure when people are applying for a job? Should we change the structure first? And who decides on the structure? Should people be brought in and then the structure is changed, because then they may not be the job that they've applied for? So that's my question. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thanks to the team for a full and frank appraisal of where we are as a council and some guidelines to take us forward. I've got a particular question, because The most upsetting thing for me throughout the last few years has actually been the poor treatment of some of the staff that I've seen, and particularly some staff that have been a great loss to this county. But you talk about the difference in cultural issues between organisations, but do you actually think that some of the treatment that our senior staff have, and that's been called harrowing by one of the team, you actually point to poor treatment, but is some of that actually more than just a cultural issue? Does it go deeper into the way that human resources have been managed within this county for the last few years? And does that roll on to some of the potentially unlawful activity in terms of staff transfers that we've had?
Chair, those are actually quite hard questions. If there were, some of them weren't questions. Scrutiny should not be in the business of trying to scrutinise policy and practice as it's being developed. Actually, you can't keep taking a cake out of the oven, prodding it to see if it's baked, putting it back and giving advice as to the recipe. You have to wait some of the time. Scrutiny might have a role in helping develop that, but then you're not the working group. You might be feeding in rather than holding them to account. And I've already dealt with the point about training. I actually think the point about the structure and all the rest of it actually comes from having a chief executive who works with members to actually follow it through. It's not our job to describe structures, detail. That's a matter for you, and it's a matter of how you handle delegation, what things you put at the top that members are involved in, and then if you've got a head of paid service whose job it is to deliver, and they say that within the budget, that's what you need, that's what you need. And actually, it's far too difficult in this sort of review to even go close, I'm sorry, Councillor Jackson, to the points that you were raising, and I'm not sure I want to have it in this sort of forum either. I'm sorry.
I will check. Are there any more questions? There are. I can see Councillor Hunter. Is anyone else? Right, so you're on your own, Councillor Hunter.
Thank you. You talk about recruiting for the senior team, that needs to come in first to move us forward. Would you have any suggestions if we struggle to recruit, not just because of the council? Northumberland is a great area to live, but there's many organisations struggle to recruit people wanting to move up north. So if we struggle, do you have any ideas as how we could enhance to try and recruit the right people to the right place?
I'm surprised that you would be actually troubled about that, because this is a great place, and I think if you've got a convincing narrative about where you're going and why you're doing it, the things that have started to happen in this county right now, which will be followed through, will take this county really a long way forward. And I'll tell you what, if I was, and if any of us were in the market for a permanent job, which we're not, then it's really it would be a really exciting place. Lots of people would want to come here because you've just got so much going on. Actually, people also like turning things round, moving things on, being part of a really exciting operation. There is great opportunities here. The fact that you're a long way from Whitehall is probably a good thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. That's the end of our questions. So what I will do now is I'll ask the leader if he wishes to sum up and say a few words.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. I would like to say that looking backwards just for a very short time, 2 points have been picked up. They're very close to my heart. One is that we have lost some superb officers, and although we have been fantastic interim, don't get me wrong, we have lost some brilliant officers, and that's a great shame. We need to ask, why did those officers leave? Secondly, what's more of a pity is the fact that if this had been agreed when I wanted it agreed, this would have, I'd hoped it would be carried out in June, July time, so that we'd have come back in September to where we are now. So we have lost a significant amount of time. and that's a pity as well. But looking forward, I genuinely believe that almost every single member in this chamber wants to see us work together to produce a way forward, and in which all members can feel involved and have their say. And that's something I will make sure happens. So, with that, can I thank the team for the report? It's quite clear to me what the issue is, and we will move forward on those recommendations. The Conservative group will fully back them, and I now propose those.
Okay, that's been proposed. Do we have a seconder somewhere? I'm going to say to Councillor Kennedy is seconding those. Okay, could we move to a vote to agree for the recommendations as set out in the report on page 11? I don't think this is online yet. I've got suggestions.
Sorry, Chair, can I just have clarification? Oh, sorry. Can I just have clarification? Are we not voting on the recommendations in Mr. Keller's report, because they are very important and I think have unanimity across the chamber in working together?
No, no. I mean, we're not.
Right. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was withdrawing. Sorry, I thought we were.
Well, we're not supporting that.
I thought we were supporting recommendation.
Okay. Well, I think that Councillor Wearmouth has seconded that in that case. Then. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Can I have some silence in the chamber, please? So it's agreed for the recommendations as set out in report on page 11. Can I have a show of hands of those in favour?
Page 11
I'll wait for somebody to tell me to take hands down. Yeah, I know you might be getting an achy hand, but let's get it right. Monitoring. I'm waiting for the monitoring officer and Democratic Services officer to check we're all on the same hymn sheet.
Chair?
Yes.
Can we just ask members, we're really sorry about this, just to raise your hands again, because we've got a discrepancy in the numbers, because we can't see you all.
Yeah. And electronic voting and... Is there support for a named vote? Yes, I think there is. There's more than 20% of the. So we're going to go for the named vote. It would appear it might make things clearer. Anyway, so Lindsay, I'm going to ask you to do the honours. Thank you. Can we have some quiet so we can hear names being called out? Back, can we be quiet? Thank you. Councillor Hill, Councillor Bridget, can we have, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ball?
Abstain.
Councillor Bourne?
For.
Councillor Bainan?
For.
Councillor Bowman?
Abstain.
Councillor Bridget?
Abstain.
Councillor Carr?
For.
Councillor Sesford?
For.
Councillor Chicken?
For.
Councillor Clark?
Abstain.
Councillor Dale?
For.
Councillor Darwin.
For.
Councillor Dickinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dunn.
Abstain.
Councillor Eschel-Shelvin.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Flux.
For.
Councillor Foster.
Abstain.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hardy.
For.
Councillor Hill.
Because of 2 against.
Councillor Horncastle.
For.
Councillor Humphrey.
For.
Councillor Hunter.
For.
Councillor Hutchinson.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Kennedy.
For.
Councillor Lang.
Abstain.
Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Mather.
For.
Councillor Morfitt.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
Abstain.
Councillor Nisbet.
Abstain.
Councillor Oliver.
For.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Purvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Reid. Councillor Renner-Thompson.
For.
Councillor Riddle.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Sanderson.
For.
Councillor Scott.
Abstain.
Councillor Seymour. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Swinbank.
For.
Councillor Swinburne.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
For.
Councillor Towns.
For.
Councillor Waddell.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Abstain.
Councillor Watson. Sorry, Councillor A. Watson.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Watson.
For.
Councillor Wearmouth.
For.
Councillor Wilczek.
Abstain.
Okay, can I have some quiet in the chamber, please? Can we finish our conversations? Appreciate there's a little bit of time, but The result of that was 39 for, 3 against and 18 abstentions. So that has passed. No, we can't. Okay, so with that, I'd like to thank Max Keller, James Taylor and Gordon Mitchell for attending Council today and presenting the outcomes of the Independent Corporate Governance Review. What I'm going to say now, it is 10 past, we've just gone 10 past 4. I'm going to say, can we be back here for 25 past 4? I'm going to call a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well done.
Before I do anything, we're coming up to 3 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to propose we extend our period of council till 6 p.m. Can I have a seconder for
Seconded.
that? Seconded by Councillor Wearmouth. Do we agree that? Please. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm now moving on to item 4. This is another significant item for us to consider. For the council to receive such a report is very unusual and plainly a matter of great significance. We have before us a statutory report from the Chief Finance Officer, Jan Willis, the Council's Section 151 officer. Members, you have received the formal report that was circulated on the 23rd of May 2022, which is attached as Appendix 1 to the Leader and Deputy Leader's covering report. Before I invite Jan Willis to present a report, I understand that the Deputy Leader would like to address the Chamber. Councillor Wearmouth.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you say, this is a very significant item for us to be considering. Section 114 reports are thankfully rare in local government, and I'm sure all of us acknowledge the seriousness of the matters contained in the report and also recognise that it is not a course of action that has been taken lightly by our Section 151 officer, Jan Willis. Whilst the report makes difficult reading, it nevertheless highlights serious failures in terms of governance over a period of some years, and these have to be addressed, and if necessary, appropriate remedial action taken. So I welcome this report, and I thank the 151 officer, Jan, and her team for their hard work and their diligence and tenacity in bringing this before the Cabinet yesterday and today before full council. It's not been easy to get to this stage, so thank you very much indeed, Jan. Indeed, I have to say that myself and other members have made perfectly reasonable requests for detailed information on the international work over a long period, and this has been a very frustrating experience. Again, I thank you for your determination for overcoming the challenges as we work to resolve these matters. As portfolio holder, one never wants to read out about unlawful trading, unlawful payments in any report. But we are determined to address the issues and ensure that steps are taken to make sure that this is never repeated. We started the process yesterday with Cabinet considering elements of the Section 114 report that relate to the executive functions of the Council. I can also report to the full Council that the Cabinet resolved the following: to receive the statutory report. Thank you. Dated 23rd of May 2022 under Section 114A of the Local Government Finance Act 1988 and confirms that it agrees with its content in relation to executive functions of the Council, attached Appendix 1 of this report. Confirmed the recommendation set out in Section 6.1 of the statutory report attached as Appendix 1, delegated to the Monitoring Officer and the Chief Finance Officer responsibility to review and formulate a scheme of executive delegations to ensure openness, transparency, accountability for executive functions of the Council and to present a report to Cabinet setting out proposals to achieve this by no later than September of this year. Refer to Employment Appeals Committee, the EAC, of the Council, the question as to who knew what, when and why the professional advice received in 2019 to form a company was not acted upon. It will be for the EAC to form a view on whether there has been any question of discipline or capability relating to any officer or former officer of the Council which requires investigation, disciplinary or other action. Should this EAC determine that there has been misconduct by any member of the Council, it will be for the EAC to make the appropriate references under the Member Code of Conduct in accordance with the Council's arrangements. That is a slightly longer introduction than I would normally perhaps do, but I think it's important that we understand what Cabinet approved yesterday in verbatim. So, Chair, with your permission, I now would like to pass over to the Chief Finance Officer to present her statutory report. Thank you.
Pass over to Jan Willis.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make just a few introductory remarks before taking questions on my report. The first thing that I want to say, Councillor Wearmouth has already said, which is that the issue of the Section 114 report is a rare occurrence in local government, and it is not something that any Chief Finance Officer does lightly. So this report has been issued after a very long period of reflection and very extensive discussion and informal consultation, both with the external auditor and other senior colleagues. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The reason why it's rare is because in most councils there are processes in place that ensure that councils don't act unlawfully, and clearly in Northumberland those processes have failed. For some of the reasons that have already been touched on by Mr Callar in presenting the outcome of the corporate governance review, but also some particular issues in relation to these two matters that I'm reporting on today to Council. The second point that I want to make is that the purpose of a Section 114 report is to bring to members' attention the fact that, in my view, and that is a really, really important point, it is in my view, not anybody else's judgment, in my personal judgment, as the Council Section 151 officer, unlawful expenditure has been incurred. Excuse me. It is not a report which is based on any investigation of the conduct of any individuals. It's not pointing the finger at people who may have made mistakes or done things in error, or maybe, in some way at fault. That is a matter for the investigation which I have recommended in my report. So I'm sure members will have all sorts of questions about how this happened and who was to blame, who was at fault, etc., etc. I am not here today to answer those questions. I'm here to explain to you why, in my view, the Council has acted unlawfully in the case of the international trading and has incurred unlawful expenditure in relation to the payment of an allowance to the Chief Executive for undertaking additional duties in relation to the international business. And I'm very happy to take those questions, although I hope that members have had plenty of opportunity to read and digest my report and the supporting information. The third point that I want to make is members will be aware that on Monday of this week, the Chief Executive circulated a letter to group leaders, which was then subsequently shared with all members of the Council, in which she made a number of additional points further to the consultation response that she had submitted to me in her capacity as Head of Paid Service. And under the legislation, I am required to undertake formal consultation, statutory consultation, with the other statutory officers. So that is the Head of Paid Service and the Monitoring Officer, which I have done. And the summary of consultation responses, which is appended to my report, set out verbatim all of the consultation responses that I had received up to and including the 13th of May, when the statutory consultation period formally closed. I had made it very clear to the Chief Executive, however, if she had further comments that she wished to make, in between the statutory consultation period ending and the Council considering my report, that they would be considered. And if it in any way changed my view, I would then report that to Council when it was considering the report. I have to say that nothing in the additional information or submissions that I've had from the Chief Executive has changed my view about the legal position. Plenty of points have been raised about the context and the background to how we arrived at this position. But as I've already said, those are not matters for me as your Chief Finance Officer. My statutory duty is to advise you that, in my view, the Council has acted unlawfully and incurred unlawful expenditure, and that is the limit of my responsibility. And in bringing this report before you, I have discharged that responsibility. What happens next in terms of investigation and any further actions that need now to be taken are matters for members. And I have set out in my report a series of recommendations that guide you towards the things which I think you need to address yourselves to. Some of those are about having assurance that controls are put in place to ensure that this can't happen again. And clearly the prerequisite, if you like, to that is understanding, how we got here and what lessons there are that need to be learned. But it's also about you being assured as members that unlawful expenditure isn't being incurred and unlawful activities, trading activities being engaged in elsewhere within the council. So there are some things that I've recommended that need to happen to provide that assurance. And then the final set of recommendations are about what needs to be done in terms of putting right what has gone wrong in these two instances. So in the case of the unlawful commercial trading, I've said very clearly in my report that I see no public interest in seeking to unwind those contractual arrangements. The contracts have been delivered, the money has been received, the subcontractors have been paid for their work, and the client is happy with the work that's been done. So there would be no purpose in seeking to unpick all of that, retrospectively. So in that particular case, the Council has also already established a company which will be the vehicle for any future trading on a commercial basis in international consultancy services. So the position has been regularised. There are a few issues that need to be followed up in terms of understanding whether there is any potential tax liability. I don't believe that that's the case, but conversations need to be had to ensure that that is the case. There are certainly some controls that now need to be put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Because one of the key things that has come to light through the inquiries that I've been making is that the finance and contract procedure rules are completely silent about what authorisation is needed before contracts of this nature are entered into. When Council is placing contracts, where it's procuring goods and services, there are very clear limits that are set out in the finance and contract procedure rules that specify what authorisation is required. So if you're letting contracts over £500,000, for example, you have to have authority from Cabinet. And for larger amounts, you have to go to Council. And that's what I would expect to see. Where the Council is providing those services, the risks are of an entirely different nature, but there is no mechanism by which those have to be considered, and a formal decision taken by members which looks at all of the risks and the potential benefits in the round, and is supported by formal advice from your statutory officers. And this is one of the issues with the international business, that at no point that I've been able to determine were any formal decisions taken by members to engage in that trading activity. Had there been formal reports, that would have required the Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer to give formal advice to members about both what those risks were, what the financial parameters were, but also the powers on which the council was relying in engaging in that activity. And it is the responsibility of officers to ensure that members have that advice and take decisions in a transparent manner. And in this particular instance, for whatever reason, that did not happen. So there's a series of issues that need to be addressed there. In your supplemental pack that you have today, you have a copy of the Chief Executive's letter. You also have supplementary advice from Nigel Giffin, the QC, who provided the main legal opinion, which was appended to my report. And so if you go to Appendix G of the supplementary agenda, you will see there the advice from Nigel Giffin, and he is clear that there is nothing in the further information set out in the Chief Executive's letter of the 6th of June that changes his legal view about whether there was unlawful trading, and in the case of the allowance, unlawful expenditure. And as I've already said, nothing in there has changed my view on those particular matters. The other issue which the Chief Executive had raised in her letter was the fact that, in her view, there had been inadequate consultation, and that issue is also addressed in the supplemental advice. I had already taken advice from Nigel Giffin about the adequacy of the consultation. Given that a lot of the issues had been in discussion for a long period of time, they were not new issues that had suddenly come to light. The vast majority of the background documents had either been supplied by or were already available to the Chief Executive, and that I was not consulting on anything other than the purely legal points of whether the expenditure was lawful or not. So, you know, this was not about providing a full account of everything that had happened in connection with the international business. The view that he took at the time was that the time allowed was reasonable, even allowing for the fact that the Chief Executive was not at work at the time. It was extended at the Chief Executive's request, and as I've said, I have now gone back again to the QC to ask if he is still of that opinion, and he has confirmed that he is. And I think it's an important point for me to make that, you know, I have a duty, once it becomes apparent to me that the council has incurred unlawful expenditure and is continuing to incur unlawful expenditure, to bring that to the attention of council in a timely manner. So having an indefinite consultation period, you know, was not something which, in my view, would be reasonable in all of the circumstances. The final point that I want to make by way of introduction, I promise I will stop shortly and allow you to ask questions. But I do want to make sure that I've really clearly explained matters to you before I do that. Is concerning the Nick Grubeck advice. A number of members have written to me since I issued my report seeking clarification about why I changed my view on the legal position. And I want to be really clear with members that I have not changed my view. Nick Grubeck did not provide a formal written opinion. There was a telephone conference with him at which he was asked whether there were any powers other than the general power of competence set out in the Localism Act that the council could have relied on in undertaking this activity. And that question was put to him in response to inquiries from the external auditor. He outlined a potential argument and offered to draft a letter setting out that argument for me to share with the external auditor, which I subsequently did. And as you would expect, you know, it was about the best argument that could be mustered, the council putting its best foot forward, but it was not shared with the external auditor because it was a particularly convincing argument, but because it was the only argument that anyone could come up with at the time. Having discussed it with Cameron, we both agreed that it didn't pass muster, it wouldn't stand up to serious scrutiny, and that a full legal opinion would be required, which I subsequently commissioned from Nigel Giffin, and gave him everything that I had been able to find up to that point that had any bearing on this matter at all. And that was a full year after I arrived in Northumberland, because it took that long to assemble all of the evidence and get a complete picture of what had happened, because the record keeping had been so poor. And I talked at the beginning about process failures. This is one of the process failures. It is not just the lack of formal decision making, but it is also the fact that records were not properly kept. So I've been asked about how much money did the international business actually make. We had a stab at that last summer, and there was a summary of financial performance that was produced and shared with members. And that said that we think it's somewhere around £800,000 or £900,000. But that was our best guess, and it was based on the fact that we only had partial records. The finance team had reconstructed the trading position as best they could based on the information available to them, but we knew that it was only partial information because time records had not been kept. Things had not always been coded to the appropriate places. We had not maintained internal trading accounts, as I would have expected, you know, for commercial trading on this scale. And it was impossible without a massive amount of effort to try and fully reconstruct the position retrospectively. And I doubt whether we ever could. So that is the position. I don't believe that the council actually lost any money, but I cannot tell you with any degree of confidence exactly how much profit was made. There is still some work that needs to be done in terms of bottoming out the reconciliation between the trust and the council in terms of, you know, how those profits were shared and whether the correct amounts of money have been paid over in both directions. And that work is continuing, but it will take some time. In relation to the international allowance, I just want to say one thing, and that is, it is not a question of who knew what, when, where, what conversations might have taken place, and on what basis. It is purely a matter of whether that the payment of that allowance was ever lawfully approved, and in my view, it was not. There was never a decision to pay that allowance by council, staff and appointments committee, any subcommittee, or any member or officer under delegated authority, and this point is covered really extensively in the legal opinion. And even if it had been, it still wouldn't have been lawful because the council's pay policy statement made no reference then, and to this day makes no reference to the payment of an allowance to the chief executive. So it's unlawful on both counts. Again, it's for members to decide what happens next in relation to that international allowance. There are recommendations set out in the report that that matter be referred to the Staff and Appointments Committee for consideration, and Nigel Giffin has been asked to provide some more detailed legal advice on the issues that arise, which will be shared with the committee if that recommendation is supported by Council today. Chair, that's all I'm going to say by way of introduction, but I'm very happy to take any questions.
Yes. Thank you for that. I'm moving to the question and answer session, and please note that I am only asking for questions at this stage. There will be a chance for debate later in the meeting, so please, I urge you, questions, please. I'm going to do what I did last time. I'm going to go for group leaders first, and I'm going to group them. So, Councillor Sanderson, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dickinson, do you have a question?
I do. I have a couple of questions, Chair. One would be, can members of the EAC ask questions? Suki, is that okay? Considering we'll be part of the committee that maybe gets it.
Chair, yes, they can.
Perfect. I can see the value in some of the recommendations, Jan. And I wondered if you could explain to me slightly around item 6, because I don't quite understand how the Employment and Appeals Committee can relate to a member in any way, because it kind of doesn't link up in that, and the terms of reference doesn't extend into members. So I don't know if somebody can clarify that for me. I think the other thing was around the investigation that you proposed to be a way forward. How extensive will that be in terms of its breadth and people involved? Because obviously we've had emails from former senior administration members with lots of documentation. We've had lots of information today from the CEO, lots of information a couple of days ago from the CEO. So it's all mounting up and it's all conflicting. So we're wondering where we can kind of put that to be looked at, on the basis that I'm also conscious that you're saying we haven't lost any money. We've made money in a way that maybe wasn't right. How much will an investigation cost to just look at that, and what's the balance of scale? And sorry, there's a few questions there, so I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy, do you have any questions?
Yeah, certainly. So let's have a look. So if we're saying this started in 2017, that's 5 years ago, so I'm taking that's 5 years multiplied by £40,000 per year. I'm taking that's £200,000 at risk, yeah? Would that be right, Jan?
If it is 4 years, 5 years at £40,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. My next question is, obviously there's been a whole mighty amount of QC advice, so I would love to know what the cost of all of that was. And my next question is, which councillors were asleep on the job?
Councillor Reid, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess what my question is, it's about whether this was, the lack of paperwork was just lax administration, or was it malicious?
Councillor Morfitt.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass over to Jan to work through those ones.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dickinson, the recommendation around the EAC is not in my report. That is in the covering report from Cabinet. But I don't know whether the monitoring officer might be able to answer your question. So do you want to take that now, Suki?
Thank you very much. Councillor Dickinson, Jan is correct. The recommendation is at number 6, page 2, which is a recommendation for this council to vote on. You will have got the note from the Chair last night with regard to the recommendations from your Chief Financial Officer set out in paragraph 6. They are not for you to change. They are, as she's taken great time to explain, her view, her recommendations. And her report is attached to this agenda item on page 1 onwards, well, paginated 19 onwards. In respect of referring the matter to the EAC, you're quite right. The EAC don't have remit when it comes to members' conduct. However, I have suggested that EAC look at it in the whole total, in the total of, you know, one set of members, holistically looking at the set of facts. Part of the investigation terms of reference, if that goes through, will be also to consider whether there has been an alleged breach of code of conduct for some members that are involved. The EAC will not have the remit and the domain to recommend anything apart from refer that to the standards in accordance with our locally agreed standards processes. Chair?
Yeah. Okay, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as far as the investigation is concerned, the EAC investigation, I'm not sure if that's the one that you were referring to or the investigation that I've recommended, Councillor Dickinson. The one I've recommended. Okay, fine. So I'm happy to speak to that. So, I have suggested that in relation to the international trading, that there should be an investigation under the auspices of the Audit Committee, and you will see in the next steps that the proposal is, if that is approved by Council, that the Deputy Chief Exec will draw up the terms of reference for an independent investigation. And that would be done under the auspices of the Audit Committee. So it would be for the Audit Committee to say if it was happy with the terms of reference. As for who's going to do that, I think that would also be part of the terms of reference. I do think that it's important for the very reason that you've identified, which is there's been a lot of information and not a lot of it actually agreed. You know, that it is seen to be an independent investigation. So although I take your point about, you know, what's the point in incurring more expenditure now, given that this is a historic matter, I think it's really important that the facts are established and also that, you know, any key learning points are taken on board. And that is the purpose of the Audit Committee. This is a failure of process and a failure of controls. And I think that's actually quite an important matter. Hence that one. Councillor Kennedy, I can't tell you off the top of my head what the... There you are, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Kennedy, I lost you for a minute. I can't tell you off the top of my head how much the QC advice has been, but what I can say is that it's been pretty modest in the context of the amount of officer time and effort that has been spent in trying to deal with these issues over a very long period of time. But I will get you that precise answer to your question later on. So you asked me if we're only talking about 200,000. So I said if we're talking about 5 years at 40,000, yes, it's 200,000. But this allowance has been treated as part of the Chief Executive's pensionable pay. The Council will have paid pension contributions on that. The Chief Executive will also have paid pension contributions. And one of the jobs that now needs to be undone, given the emphatic advice from the QC that if it was unlawful, it cannot have been pensionable, is trying to unpick all of that. It will have had a very substantial impact on the Chief Executive's pension entitlement as well as any pension strain that might fall to the Council to pay in the event that there's some sort of negotiated settlement, or the Council leaves, or sorry, the Chief Executive leaves the Council on the grounds of redundancy, for example. So again, you know, there is going to be further work. That work is already in hand with Tyne and Weir Pension Fund, and I will report back to that. As for whether anybody was asleep at the wheel, that's not for me to say. That's for the independent investigation. And I think it's the same answer to Councillor Reid as well. Where's Councillor Reid? Oh, there you are. Sorry. I should put my glasses on, shouldn't I? Because I can't actually see anyone without them. There we go. I think it's difficult to say. Certainly there were some really lax processes and controls that should have been operating that were wholly absent. And those are things that we can, that we can address. We can do something about them relatively easily. As for whether there is more to it, I can't say. But I think it's important that we are able to get to an answer to that question for a whole host of reasons. But it's not for me. And I think I've answered all the questions, Chair.
So I'm going to go into questions from batches again. So I'm going to go to Councillor Dale, then I'm going to go to Councillor Bourne, then I'm going to go to Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Sorry, just caught my skirt on the back. Just to say, first of all, this report is not tricks on to apportion blame to anybody, and I've got that from you all very clearly. I just would like to mention about what Mr. Callar said in his report to us about the suspension of the Chief Executive, and the point being is in the end nobody will have a good outcome. And really what I wanted to ensure was this council doesn't go down the road of costing an awful lot of money to the council taxpayer when there will be no solution, although the findings might be there, but just to ensure that, as I said, we don't go ahead and ahead when we're not going to find, there's not going to be no end at the end, or any outcome to either side. So could you say that actually that will be included within the audit report to discuss, please?
Councillor Bourne.
Thank you, Chair. Just one's a really quick one to Suki. Just to double check, Appendix G is marked confidential and legally privileged. Are you waiving that, just in case any transparency campaigners try and say you're doing a data leak or anything? So is that waiving? Is that waived?
Advice from the Honourable Officer.
Chair, yes, Councillor Bourne, I am actually recommending that the councils waive that. We've actually done that with all the documents, particularly based on the fact that we do want to move forward openness and transparent way, and it actually helps you to be able to make an informed decision. But it is only waived for these purposes for the Section 144 report and the Section 144A report. It's not waived wider than that. So, yes, please bear that in mind, knowing what you do as your profession. Thank you.
Thank you. So my question to Jan, firstly, there's been a couple of mentions of costs. Now, it's my understanding that, if this isn't resolved and we do have to proceed against an individual to recover illegal payments, obviously, if it got all the way to court, then we would seek to also recover legal costs against that individual if it got that far and, it ended up in a hearing. So just sort of, can we get assurances that that will also be pursued? And also, bearing on what Councillor Dale said, obviously one of these recommendations is the EAG consider starting a process, potentially a disciplinary process. And as pointed out, that ended badly last time because it wasn't done properly. So we need assurances that it will be done properly, if it is done at all. And, it has to be followed through. But of course, I'm concerned people already starting to say, oh, it's had to be expensive, let's not do it because it might cost money. It needs to be done if it needs to be done, because there are various reasons it needs to be done. But we need to know that it's being done legally, properly, under JNST and the Constitution. Thanks.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm glad that Councillor Bourne's mentioned transparency, because there's some of us who campaign for transparency all the time, not just when it suits.
There's a lot of people campaigning about a lot of things. So can we have a question, please?
But Business Chair, calm down. My question to Jan is, are you aware of, and I've got papers here from 2020, early 2021, where the external auditor said very clearly that this needed to be regularised and put into limited company, which is had now. So will part of the investigation be why was the resistance from the Cabinet at that time to implement that arrangement which would have regularised it? And my final question is, you said in your report that it was incurred on lawful expenditure with the Chief Executive's allowance. Do I take it that because of the unlawful setup, that all expenditure is unlawful? So, for example, members of the Cabinet who were photographed at junkets down in the House of Lords and signing the contracts, that their expenses would also be unlawful expenditure?
Before I go over to questions, I'm just going to remind people of council procedure rules. 19.3, members not to be heard further. If a member persistently disregards the ruling of the chair by behaving improperly or offensively or deliberately obstructs business, the chair may move that the member be not heard further. If seconded, the motion will be voted on without discussion. Now, I'm going to adopt a position of 3 strikes and you're out here. I've asked you once now, Councillor Hill. I've made my point clear there. I'm putting that as strike 1. So I'm going to go to the answer from Councillor, I beg your pardon, from Jan Willis, the Section 151 officer.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dale, of course, the recommendation to refer the matter to EAC for investigation is not my recommendation. But I do take your point about there is a need to balance or arrive at a balanced judgment which takes account of value for money, fiduciary duty to residents not to waste money on fruitless investigations, but also, with the wider public interest. But I think that is a view for the EAC to take on the basis of, the appropriate advice. Councillor Bourne, you asked about recovery of the allowance. There is further legal opinion on that point, quite detailed advice from Nigel Giffin, which has been commissioned to be shared with the Staff and Appointments Committee. There will be a range of options open to the Council. So in normal circumstances, where there has been unlawful expenditure, you would expect that the Council would take steps to recover any amounts that have been paid unlawfully. But there are a range of other factors that need to be considered. And that will be a fresh decision for members to take. So it has to be, and it has to be a reasonable and lawful decision. So it has to be taken, for a proper purpose. You can't just forgive a debt because you like the person that owes you money, for example, or pursue it because you don't like the person, that owes that money. So, so there's a whole range of things that the Staff and Appointments Committee will need to consider. But the usual Wednesbury reasonableness rules will apply. Would an ordinary person think that it's reasonable for the Council to seek to recover or not recover, in all of the circumstances? Councillor Hill, I think, as I've already said, it will be for the Audit Committee to agree the terms of reference for any investigation, any specific issues that it wants to be included. The position, of course, has been regularised. And I can't say anything more, really, on that point, that other than if that's a matter that the Audit Committee want to include, then they're perfectly at liberty to do so. And as for your second question about does the fact that this allowance to the Chief Executive was unlawful mean that all allowances and all expenses that have been paid, including some to members, are also unlawful? Well, no, it doesn't. this particular, unless I've misunderstood your question, this particular allowance is unlawful because there is a requirement, a requirement in order for it to be lawful that council has to take a proper decision, and that did not happen, nor was it delegated to any other body or person that could have taken a lawful decision, and secondly, because it didn't comply with the council's pay policy statement. So there are very specific reasons why I've come to the view that this allowance was unlawful. I don't think you can automatically assume that, those particular considerations apply to, to the payment of other allowances to officers or payment of members' expenses. But any further work that's needed to look at any specific concerns, will form part of that ongoing investigation that I've referenced in my report.
Okay, I've got Councillor Sesford, then Councillor Bridget, then Councillor Watson, and I'll come back to others after those. So, Councillor Sesford.
Thank you, Chair, and as you know, I'm always polite. And thank you for your report, John. Excellent. You say it's in your view, but clearly you've sought confirmation that of the QC, so that obviously gives, or should give, members confidence in the process that's been gone through in this. I had 2 or 3 points. One of them has already been answered about the restitution, so I'll ignore that one. There's another one been partly answered another way, so I will come to that as well. And if you say you've already answered, I'll just move on. But the first one, it's do you suspect that there may be another or more Section 114s coming our way shortly? That's the main one. And just to check that I've got this right, because that's really referred to in 6.24, but in 7.7 it covers that again, but talks about the route of the internal audit again. So will that be the same process, or will it go to internal audit first? What comes first, the subsequent 114s or the internal audit?
Councillor Bridget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 questions. The first one is to the monitoring officer, in that if the EAC does make any recommendations, I hope that the hiatus and subsequent backlog with standards at the moment is dealt with before any new referrals are made. The second one is, can I ask, have you put on the risk register the full amount paid by the Chinese and other partners into international? Because if it was illegal, and I use the word illegal because that was used in Cabinet the other day rather than unlawful, there is the potential they could ask for their money back. And the third question is in relation to point 7.7 on page 40. Internal audit has been requested to investigate a small number of other potentially unlawful payments to officers and to review all exit packages with a value of 100k or more over the last 2 years. Can you elaborate on that?
Mm-hmm. And then Councillor J. Watson.
Thank you. You referred, Jan, to the fact that this investigation was difficult for you to get information out. Why do you think that proper records weren't kept? And whose responsibility was it to see that they were?
Thank you. That's that set of questions.
Sorry, if you could just bear with me a moment. I was just looking for the relevant bit of the legal opinion on the question about whether the Chinese company could seek to recover amounts that they've paid. But I'll come back to that. Councillor Sesford, are there going to be any further Section 114s? I don't know, is the short answer. There are some matters that I'm still looking into, and that does include 2 exit payments to senior officers in particular. that have been referred to me. I don't think it's appropriate that I go into any further detail about those cases here, other than to say they are also matters that have also been raised with Cameron as our external auditor. So I have asked internal audit to look at those. The report that comes back from them will then inform my view. I may need to undertake some further investigation. So I don't know. Watch this space, is what I say. Councillor Bridget, I think I've answered the question about can I elaborate on the small number referred. What I will say is that there are recommendations in here, you know, to note that I'm going to be continuing to look at some issues, and then in the next steps and timescales, I've outlined some of the actions that I've already put in train, or will be the first actions that are put in train. So asking internal audit to look at these two particular payments is something that had already happened before I issued my report. So, you know, so that's already in progress. And then the next thing that I've asked them to do as a starting point for just providing assurance that there's nothing else that might, you know, potentially be worrisome, is to look at all the payments over the last 2 years over £100,000. But of course, that's only the starting point. I'll go back as far as I need to in order, you know, to provide that assurance. So if there are any other payments, you know, that people have raised concerns about, either with Cameron, with me, or more widely, of course, we will also look at those as well. I'm going to just turn to my colleague. Have you managed to find it? It's not in there. Okay. So, so I think this point was discussed with the QC in our telephone conference, even if it hasn't made its way into the written advice. And I believe that Nigel Giffin's position was that it is highly unlikely that any claim to recover amounts that have been paid would succeed, even if they were minded to try and do so, on the basis that the services have been delivered as agreed to the satisfaction and have been certified as having been delivered to their satisfaction. So it's a theoretical risk, but highly unlikely. Okay, I think that's it, John.
There's one legal point. Oh.
I'm really sorry, Councillor Watson. How could I forget you? I think the short answer is, I think those are matters for the investigation. But if I may make a general comment, it is that when I talked about failure of process in my introductory remarks, this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about. If decisions were taken under delegated authority, you would normally expect that there would be a decision record. So here's the decision I took. So it makes it clear I'm the one taking the decision. This is the date I took it. This is the basis. This is the decision and the justification for it, and that those decision records would be kept somewhere where they're accessible, and they would also be published. In most councils, decision records are routinely published as part of the whole transparency arrangements. They're just automatically published on the website. In some councils, they're even taken in a public setting, where members of the public can come in and ask questions, and while you're actually taking the decision, whether that's a member delegated decision or it's an officer delegated decision. So the fact that partial records weren't kept, and that includes and the lack of sort of formal decision making, I think it's all part and parcel of an underlying weakness in the governance arrangements, and it chimes very much with, I think, what Mr. Keller and his team were saying. As for whose responsibility that is, I'm not going to name individuals, It's not for me to point the finger of blame at any one individual. But what I will say is that, you know, I think it is primarily the responsibility of officers to ensure that those things are done properly. And in this instance, you know, clearly that didn't happen.
Okay, and then I'll bring the monitoring officer for the last part of Councillor Bridget's question.
Thank you, Chair. If I've understood you correctly, Councillor Bridget, you were referring to the recommendation 6 on the cover report, which is a recommendation that hasn't been moved yet, because we haven't discussed that yet. At the moment, we are questions and answers with regard to the CFO's report, which is attached to it. But with your permission, Chair, I can answer that now. Yes. So with regard to what the EAC do and what type of investigation they do and how long they do, that's entirely a matter for the Employment Appeals Committee. If it goes that, if this has been proposed, that's what happens for them to consider who knew what and who knew what, when and how, and what the terms and reference of that investigation should be. With regard to any standards complaints and standards matters and code of conduct matters, you yourself, who are a member of the Standards Committee, will know it's a matter for Standards Committee to adhere to the locally agreed protocols that you have, that you've just amended at the AGM. Neither of those processes are within the gift of the monitoring officer. They are with the functions of committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My next three are Councillor Jackson, Councillor Ball, and then Councillor Oliver.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a question about the report. Your report does lay out all of the written information that's been available to you as Chief Finance Officer, and thank you very much, and it's quite clear. My question is are you aware of the considerable questioning that there was from Cabinet members towards council officers about this? And actually, are you aware of the written whistleblowing allegations that were made by myself and by 2 other Cabinet colleagues about this being potentially an illegal activity? That the whistleblowing allegations actually led to the council commissioning a QC who said that recommended to the council there should be a forensic audit of this particular business. And again, the council was recommended by Northumbria Police to do the same, and both of those things were in writing. So do you have those records available to you? And
Councillor Ball.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm aware that Northumberland County Council has a number of standalone companies that are associated with it, and people in this chamber as well that do dual roles. So I'm just wondering, do all of these companies keep equally bad records, and could this potentially be the tip of the iceberg? Because these unlawful payments, this could be potentially, if everyone keeps bad records like this could be a tsunami coming forward. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. The former HR Director of the Council and Deputy Chief Exec once told me that if senior officers are found to have committed gross misconduct, then the Council has a duty to inform their current employers and possibly make referrals to professional bodies. Is that true? And if so, will the Council take that action if it's found to be necessary?
Okay.
Yes, Chair, if I respond to Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ball first, and then Suki will respond to Councillor Oliver, because I think that's essentially a legal question. Okay. Sorry, I should stand up as well. So, Councillor Jackson, I am aware that there have been a number of whistleblowing allegations in relation to a whole host of matters. I think I'm conversant with all of the ones that were relevant to my, to my considerations, and it's probably appropriate that I'm not aware of all of the whistleblowing allegations, only the ones that I need to be aware of. So I think I'm not going to say anything further on the whistleblowing. Councillor Ball, just to be clear, the poor record keeping was not anything that was done by council-owned companies. It's the council itself. So the council, the council does have other wholly owned companies. So I don't think this has, raises any questions about the record keeping of those companies. What I will say is that one of the reasons why the Localism Act requires the council to undertake commercial activities through a company is to ensure transparency and to ensure that the income and the expenditure is segregated and the risks are insulated as well. In this instance, there was no segregation. We didn't even maintain internal trading accounts. We had to try and construct those retrospectively. So the failure of record keeping was on the part of Northumberland County Council, not any of its wholly owned companies. So I hope that's clarified the position.
Then I'll pass the monitoring officers over.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Oliver, it's not possible, as you said, to take disciplinary action against the former member of staff. However, you can, if it's appropriate in circumstances, refer matters to their professional regulator or perhaps their new employer. In certain circumstances, you could perhaps also refer things to a regulator or the police. But that's not for this council. As I've stated before, we haven't moved the recommendations. Whether the appropriate action is to refer this matter to the EAC for them to consider what are the remits and the investigation terms and reference.
I've got Councillor Robinson, Councillor Riddle and Councillor Murphy. So Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Jan, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not sure it's you that can answer this, actually, but for reasons that will become clear, I'm going to ask it. The last time we discussed this was in closed session at the Holiday Inn. And I'll have to watch what I'm saying, I presume. But we were told everything was hunky-dory in the garden. We're going, as you say, for tens of millions of pounds contract. So we decided then to put the operating profit into the bank account of the business. Now, I believe it's still there. So we've got several £100,000 in an inert business sitting in a bank account somewhere, and I think that could be better used elsewhere.
Councillor Riddle.
Thank you. Jan, you said in your introduction that your best estimate of the perhaps financial benefit might be 800,000 or 900,000. I know you said it was very difficult to extrapolate these figures, but can you tell me, does that take account of officer and staff time and travel and subsistence? Because there was some very considerable travel and subsistence and airfare costs on international business.
Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, my question relates to the legal advice. Obviously, people have been seeking external legal advice, but we have an internal legal department within the council. And I'm curious, and I assume you're going to say to me, yes, but once we get into this situation, we need independent legal advice. And they're not independent because they're part of the council. But what is their role prior to us getting into this pickle? Presumably, we have a legal department for the purposes of keeping us right and keeping us on the straight and narrow. And I'm wondering what's gone awry in that process so that we've actually ended up in this situation. And I'm wondering whether, as part of any investigation, we need to look at how we show up, the way that we seek advice from our internal legal department. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass over to Jan first.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, yes, you're right that £300,000 of the estimated profit from the international business was used as the start-up capital for Northumbria Integrated Consultancy Limited when that company was established last year. And following on from that, Councillor Riddle, your question, 800,000 was our best guess up to and including, or up to the 31st of March 2021, but that was based on, you know, our best guess was based on partial records. I believe that it did include travel and expenses costs, Councillor Murphy, that had been directly coded to the appropriate international business cost centres that have been set up. But what it doesn't include is a full apportionment of all of the officer time that had been spent either in the original business development phase when we were still trying to win business, or in the contract sort of setup phase, when I understand that there was quite a lot of officer time that was spent discussing these matters. And so the best that I can say, and just to repeat what I said at Cabinet yesterday, is my best estimate is that the profit was somewhere between £0 and £800,000. And that is the best that I can do based on the information that I have available. It's not very satisfactory, but that's where we are. Councillor Murphy, talking about the role of the legal department, I think one of the issues that Mr. Calla referred to in his report was the fact that the practice has grown up over time within the council of officers taking legal advice and completely bypassing the legal services team and the monitoring officer. So there has been no oversight of that legal advice and no visibility of the legal advice. You know, it's really unclear who commissioned this legal advice and what the instructions were, what the questions that were put. And clearly that's not a very satisfactory position to be in. You know, legal advice is expensive. Poor legal advice can be catastrophically expensive. You know, it's really, really important that it's procured properly. And that is one of the key areas that we do need to tighten up.
Okay, are there any further questions? Right, I've got Councillor Ferguson. I can't see any other hand. Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Wearmouth and Councillor Kennedy. So it's your second time though, Councillor Kennedy. I'm going to use my discretion and allow you, okay? Right, okay, thank you. And then we'll call a call to questions. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, just to seek a bit of clarity. You keep mentioning about a failure in processes, and I think out of what you've said, with having the fact that the Localism Act should have these sort of companies operating as separate entities to the council, not operating within the council, I would assume that it was that we don't have the policies, but can you just clarify, when you say failure of process, is it that we didn't have the policies in place to govern these processes? Were the policies just not up to standard or ambiguous, or was it that they weren't followed? Just for a bit of clarity, please. Thank you.
Councillor Wearmouth.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is about the number of sort of warning flags that have been raised throughout this period. So I myself wrote to the then Chair of Audit. I'm sure, as well, Councillor Jackson has identified that he raised concerns, Councillor Oliver raised concerns. Indeed, I recall the external auditor was commenting, and I can't remember the date, and apologies regarding that, but raised the concern that there was unlawful activity here. It's taken an awful lot of time. Were there earlier times where officers were flagging things up that you found in your questioning so far? And I'm thinking particularly of our monitoring officers at the time and our 151 officers, and let's not forget we've had a lot of them. Thank you.
And Councillor Kennedy.
Conscious about the failure of record keeping. So obviously you've set out on an adventure is international to generate profit. So let's have a think. So you go out on an adventure. You generate profit, so you have your gross profit, and then out of that you have your liabilities, which includes the 40,000, the pension contributions that you mentioned, your liabilities and travelling and subsistence, etc., which will leave you with a net profit. Now, if there's no substantial record keeping, how much have you alerted the tax authorities to alert them to that fact? That how did you know? Because if your records were a mess, and I'm astonished that once again, after hearing the Colour report, and this just adds another log to a raging inferno of just lack of control in this county council, that will have this on top of it, is like, you know, there must be some issue there. So I think something to explore as well on top of this is, did you pay the right amount of tax, and have you contacted the tax authorities? Because if you haven't got any record keepings, how could you do it?
Jan? Yeah.
Councillor Ferguson, what do I mean by failure of process? Well, process is the way you do things, okay? So, in this particular instance, it's not just about policies, although there is, you know, some of it is about policies not being there, the policies not being right. The pay policy statement, for example, was incorrect, didn't reflect the actual practice on the ground. But it's also about how you take decisions, how you record decisions. You know, what advice you know is required, in what forum decisions are taken. One of the issues here is that there were no formal decisions. There were plenty of informal briefings, but no formal decisions and no formal advice. And that's why I can't answer your question, Councillor Wearmouth. Did, you know, my predecessors, any of my Section 151 officer predecessors, or the monitoring officer at that time, or any of the interim monitoring officers flag concerns? I don't know. There is no written evidence that they flagged concerns, but I don't think you can infer from that they didn't informally raise concerns at the time. But again, I think that would be one of the questions to ask as part of the investigation. So, Councillor Kennedy, I don't believe that there is any tax liability. None of this activity was carried out through a company, and therefore, and the council cannot be liable to corporation tax. So my understanding is that there is no actual tax liability. However, one of the things that the council may want to consider is making a voluntary payment of the corporation tax that might have been due had it been done properly. And I'm aware that some other councils have done something along those lines in similar circumstances, but I don't actually think that there is any liability. But we have agreed, you know, that we will have the conversation with HMRC just to confirm that position.
Okay, that's the end of questions there. So, no, she's already. I used my discretion once, and I've used that discretion because Councillor Kennedy was well put on the spot in the way I've done things. That's the only reason I've done that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass over to Councillor Wearmouth to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. We've all been here for a good deal.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask a question? I understood it was going to be questions and then debate. If he sums up, we're dead.
Sum up, and I suspect, and I'm looking to a crystal ball here, that a motion may be put, and then we'll have a debate.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
It's someone brave who usually corrects Councillor Reid on matters of the Constitution, but I shan't. I won't spend a significant amount more time. Thank you to Dan for answering all of the questions in a clear and concise way. The recommendations are included in the report, and so I propose to make those recommendations. Can I have a second, please, for that?
Second. Councillor Sanson, leader, is seconding that. So I move into debate. I'm going to go to the leaders like I have previously, then I'm going to go to other members. So what I will do is I'll go to Councillor Sanderson first.
It's very kind of you, but I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dickinson.
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, crikey, what a day we've had here. We've just seen this council ripped apart over what it's done and how it's performed over the last 5 years. Outrageous, embarrassing. It's absolutely disgusting what we've heard today, how it conducts itself, how it manages itself. There just needs to be a total reset of this council to really, have some internal controls of what it's doing. We've heard just so much of what is going wrong, whether it be councillors not being listened to, officers, going their own way and ignoring senior members of the council. Obviously, listening to this, that financial records are not being kept appropriately. What's going on? We've got a big finance department. What are they playing at? Why is not straightforward record keeping not being adhered to? I'm just astonished what I've heard today. I mean, we've known about little pockets here and there over these last few years, but today has been a strategic thing where Mr. Keller has brought it all together, and then we have this on top of it. This council is an embarrassment. It is an absolute embarrassment to the county of Northumberland and our people with the way we conduct our activities and how we manage our finances. It's just a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, and I'm astonished what I've heard today, and I'm embarrassed. And we need to do something, and do something quick, Glenn, because this isn't good.
You're going to go in order.
Yeah, Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and be a bit more measured. Well, we need to actually learn some lessons from this. I seem to remember when this was set up, it was painted in as a bit of an adventure. But on reflection, we shouldn't have done this in the first place. We should have said to the Chief Executive at the time, no, we don't want to do this. If we need to get out of this now, we need to stop whatever it's doing, whatever it has done, we just need to stop. Fulfill our obligations to the people that we've signed contracts with, and just remove ourselves from this area of business completely. Yeah, I think it's quite amazing that poor old Advance is slogging away there, paying the council £13 million a year in interest and all the rest of that. And one of the things that we have to do is operate within Northumberland, Newcastle and North Tyneside. We're not allowed to go out anywhere else or do anything else. We have to operate in that area. And the stuff it does is allied to the stuff the council does. But as far as I remember, I mean, I'm sure someone will tell me if I'm wrong, when this was discussed, it was kind of like we were being used as a vehicle to deliver healthcare training because the NHS couldn't actually do it. So we were just a conduit, really. I mean, if I'm wrong, then I apologise. But I think that's how it was sold to us, that actually we were just a funnel. And it turns out that that's what we've been. So support the recommendations because we don't really have any other choice. But we really do need to be thinking about disengaging from this and concentrating on Northumberland, doing business in Northumberland, trying to get business to come to Northumberland. We should not be sending employees halfway around the world, sometimes to dubious regimes that some of us would rather not be dealing with. So, yeah, I'm fine with the recommendations, but I just think we need to stop, get that 300 grand back, shut down all the accounts, and as far as the legal advice and stuff you've got, why don't you just write to the people that gave us the legal advice and say, what question were you asked? When you sent this advice, what was the question? That's surely the easiest way of solving it, as long as they don't charge us for telling us what it was. And the only other thing I do, and it's probably not for here, and I'm sure no one will be able to answer it, but what did the chief executive do to earn the 40,000 quid? 40 grand. What actually, what work was involved in getting that? Now, if she was out somewhere closing deals and getting contracts and working at it, then regardless of whether it was done properly or not, there has to be somewhere along the line where you say, well, you know, if she hadn't generated those contracts, she would have never generated the 40,000 quid. Now, I absolutely, totally get what we've been told by the 151 officer, that what this is about, it's not actually about the money, it's about the process that was not followed. No one came to here, no one wrote a report and brought it to us and said, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're going to pay for it, and this is what it's going to cost us. All I remember is getting some sort of flow chart about who was going to be responsible, and there's never any mention of money, other than, you know, sign up for this and I'm going to get you 100 million quid. Well, I don't think actually I want 100 million quid if this is how we've got to make it. I just want to concentrate on what we are supposed to do, and that is delivering value for the people of Northumberland, emptying their bins, cutting their grass, providing housing, and having a council we can be proud of. And I don't think this is a way to do it. So, happy with the recommendations, but let's just concentrate on what we're supposed to be doing. And I think that's what kind of Max Caller was saying today as well. Thank you.
Councillor Morfitt.
I think Councillors Kennedy and Reid have said it all, really, so nothing more to add.
Okay, right. I'm going to bring in the speakers, just a little bit of housekeeping before I do. Remember, you've got 6 minutes. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I'm going to use more discretion if one of the leaders, so I put them on the because I put them on the spot, and that's my new way of doing things, and we ain't got used to it yet, so that's fair enough. And also, it's now 7 minutes to 6 or something like that. Yeah. So I'm going to try and. What time do we want to say here? I'm going to put a time on it. But can we? Right, I'm going to say 6:45. 6:30? 6:30. Right, 6:30 it is. Can I propose extending the meeting to 6:30? Do I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Wearmouth. Agreed by. Right. Okay. My first 3 speakers are Councillor Dale, then I've got Councillor Bridget, and then I've got Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not going into where we've been. I think we have to look at where we're going. And I have to think that we also look at all these reports and put right what's wrong. And Mr. Callas very clearly said this council is dysfunctional at the present time. So we've got a long way to go forward. And that means doing work through the EAC and through external audit and the audit committee. Can I just say two things that I wasn't allowed to say before, but you were talking about the accounts for the international business. I think you need to look at the breach of the Data Protection Act, which I sent a copy of, which maybe the external auditors should have a copy of. I've got it, it came from the BBC, believe it or not, but I have got a copy of that breach, which includes a lot of the accounts for international. So either you can make them available to external audit or I can. Just to say that we're talking about other payments made to other officers. In the statement of accounts every year, there's a list of all the officers who've left and also their severance. And it is up to, obviously, I'm not getting political, it is up to this council to actually look and draw to the attention maybe to the Cabinet or others if they have any concerns. And I have never seen anybody being drawn, apart from I have made comment. I made comment to the monitoring officer. This is going back a long time ago. I've made comment about the Constitution being wrong a long time ago. We are where we are with this. I would like to say thank you to Jan for doing all the hard work. I'm afraid there's probably a lot more to do to bottom it out. I have got a lot of records going all the way back. I could say my husband would say binfuls of them, and he'd like to see them go, but there are a tremendous amount of records. They are complete. They're not he said or she said or holding this. It's absolute in paper, documented, signed off, etc. And these go back, as probably Councillor Reid will record, to 2008. So I actually think we all deserve. We're here as representatives of the people, and what we've heard today, and in particular this, a 114 section and a 114 section A. This is council. These people go out and work their living to pay their council tax. And I think we deserve to make something better for them. I do know that some of the things aren't working. I'm getting complaints on the services, especially some particular services. So the quicker we get through this, the quicker everybody works together to get through this, and we get a proper outcome, then we can move forward. That means actually working together and not making any political statements, as was said this morning or yesterday morning in Cabinet. It doesn't help, because actually the people are fed up with it. So we must all work together, and if we don't agree, do it quietly. Go and see the chair, the leader, or go and see the chief exec or whoever, and move on. But to make this a fight, a continued fight in the public. We've got the highest council tax in England, Band D. So you can understand what the people here are thinking about what this council's been doing, and they deserve better.
Councillor Bridget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go into the detail of the report because I've got to go shortly anyway. But something that Jan said before, and I wanted to respond to it, and it's not actually, it's to share the frustration that she expressed. And Councillor Reid touched on it as well. She said, with regards to the previous legal advice, I don't know how the questions were framed. I don't know what was put to the legal officer or the solicitors or the barristers before getting it. And it's nothing to do with today, but can anyone in this room imagine being put in a position where you don't know how the questions were framed or how the legal advice was requested? All you get in front of you is the legal advice that was given. Because I can, because I've asked for it before, in terms of how the legal advice was obtained. I think it's a pretty simple and straightforward request. If we're given legal advice, which we've done, had any amount of it in the last 6 months, I think at the very least we should be given a copy of what was given to the solicitors or the barristers to work out how they came to that conclusion and what was put to them. So I do share the Section 151 officers' frustrations with regard to that.
Councillor Jackson.
just got to have one or two comments to make about the Section 114 notice itself. As I said before, it does give us just the basic facts and the written details, but there are further pieces of background that actually the whole council should be aware of. I particularly have never wavered from my quest to expose the truth about this international business, and I'm pleased it's just starting to come out now, because this is just scratching the surface. And all this has been despite some highly personal attacks on me myself, and much of that coming from senior officers of this council. Back in August 2020, nearly 2 years ago, I made a formal whistleblowing complaint to the council's monitoring officer, to the external auditor and to Northumbria Police, because by that stage I'd become convinced that this operation was acting unlawfully according to the Localism Act of 2011. Now, why did I leave it until that stage? Well, what we'd have to do as councillors, we're not experts, we're not professionals, and we rely on particularly the statutory officers of this council to make sure there's good governance within the council, to make sure that everything is done correctly and in particular lawfully. And if it doesn't happen lawfully, as Jan Willis has said today, those statutory officers have a duty to come back to this council and report those particular issues of unlawful activity to the council. That didn't happen in this particular case. We, as cabinet members and the whole council as well, were actually let down, in my view, quite severely in this case and in some other cases by the statutory officers of the time. And I only actually realised myself that we'd been acting unlawfully when I took the time to look up the Localism Act of 2011. And how many people here have read it? If you read it, it's actually quite clear that these things have to be operated in a company. The council officers had actually been asked to operate this business in a company. We asked them first in 2017, and we asked them secondly in 2018 during these informal presentations to Cabinet. We were actually given information by officers that gave us the promise of an income into this council of at least £2 million a year, which was significant, and that would have been in addition to the council's budget so that we could support better services across Northumberland. Obviously that promise was actually a mirage, and for the first year or two in particular, it's my view that this council incurs significant losses in this business, and actually that's why it couldn't be made into a company, because any company would have been insolvent from day one, more or less. But I do think there have been some extreme failures of process, and again, it's my view that those failures of process were deliberate, and I think they should be investigated. I do also stick up for councillors' rights to know what the detail of the council is when they ask. We have all 67 of us have a right to ask and be told from officers any particular details of the council's operations that we want. It's actually even worse when council members, cabinet members, ask particular questions about this international business on a regular basis. We ask for budgets and we ask for proper profit and loss accounts every single year of its operation. We did it firstly in the informal cabinet, thinking that we would get a reply from officers. We were stonewalled then. We started to have to write formally in emails asking for that information, and we still didn't get it, and we still haven't got it to this day, as Jan Willis has just told us. And I think not only have we been let down by a cabal of council officers acting together against the interests of ourselves as councillors and our right to know, but I do think that the people of Northumberland have been let down by those particular people.
Councillor Jackson, I'm looking at an analogue clock, but you've got about a minute left.
Right, finally, I will just address the the £40,000 international allowance. And I must say, I've read the comments from the Chief Executive, and I've read this letter. And I actually don't recognise any of in any respect, any of the comments that have been made in relation to the international allowance. And I must say that a lot is made of a meeting that we're supposed to have had on the 31st of October 2017 in County Hall here in Morpeth. Well, I checked my diary, and actually I was 300 miles away in London with Jeff Paul, talking to the Minister for the Northern Powerhouse, Jake Berry, and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Andrew Jones, trying to set up the north of the new organisation. So I was there with an officer of the council, Jeff Paul, and I was there with Nick Forbes, the leader of Newcastle City Council.
Can you sum up?
So that being the case, a key bit I can prove is absolutely wrong, and everything else in that particular letter I actually don't agree with and I don't recognise.
I've got, and I'm bearing in mind that it was your call for 6:30, Council. I've got Councillor Riddle and I've got Councillor Oliver. Is there any other? Have I got a third speaker at all there? I'll go for Councillor Renner Thompson, and then and then Councillor Bourne. Okay, Councillor Riddle.
I'll be brief, Chair. I've been a councillor here for a very long time, actually, and it saddens me that, you know, there's a bit of politics being played here today, people playing to the press. You know, everything I've done on this council, I've done for the benefit of my community and for the benefit of the people of Northumberland. I find it quite insulting to suggest that we were asleep at the wheel as cabinet members during this international business episode. In fact, it is, and I have documentary evidence of asking questions about the international business, about the setting up of the company. We weren't obstructive in setting up the company. We did question why we needed it. It's also in my minutes here that Councillor Oliver continually asked for financial information. I continually asked for financial information. It was never forthcoming. And, you know, we talk about transparency. There was a spreadsheet that was leaked. Councillor Dale said about the Data Protection Act. What happened? This spreadsheet came out. It had some very alarming figures on it about travel, etc. We were told we had to destroy it. It was data protection. What about the public interest? That doesn't matter if we want to cover something up. Well, to me, that stunk. And the whole situation, as far as I'm concerned, needs a proper forensic audit, and that will put things right one way and another, and for the good of everyone in Northumberland. One further point I want to make is that, you know, Councillor Sanderson actually raised the question about should we be doing business with China, and then he was accused of being racist.
Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I've been sort of very heavily involved in this business, and you know, and I think I may be able to shed some light on the questions, some of the questions that Jan wasn't able to answer earlier. What we've heard today from Mr. Keller demonstrates clearly that the serious events leading to Jan issuing this 114 are just the tip of the iceberg, and I think the time for political expediency and point scoring is now over. When I became a cabinet member in 2017, the business already existed, and for 4 years we struggled to get clarity on it. Jan and other officers have demonstrated considerable resilience and courage to get to this point today. We've all witnessed unseemly attacks by members and other officers against those trying to get to the truth. The Council's auditors have had serious concerns about this business, and despite their best efforts, they're still not in a position to sign off the value for money statements from the 1920 accounts and the 2021 accounts, a clear sign that all is not well. The 114 notice is clear that the business has been operating unlawfully. Concerns were first raised about this by senior officers in 2018. Since then, we've experienced a revolving door of finance directors and legal officers, and some of them have raised concerns about this business. Former officers have described the business as a no-go area and a black hole. And the principles that underpin democratic local government are challenged and scrutiny. And in this case, anybody raising concerns about the international business itself has been subject to often vicious attacks. The examples include the one that John gave. Another member asking for reports to be brought to scrutiny was accused of bullying. I myself, I made a comment in a scrutiny meeting, in an audit committee meeting, that what I was hearing was untrue and that there were factual inaccuracies, and I had an allegation against me for bullying. Audit and scrutiny have been deliberately misled. We've heard claims in scrutiny that the business didn't start until 2018, clearly untrue, and even sometimes that it wasn't a business at all, but a pilot project or a knowledge transfer exercise. The only thing that has been consistent is the inconsistency. The press have been misled. When I challenged council responses, I was always referred back to the same place, and it wasn't the comms team. But it gets worse. Good officers raising concerns about this business and other matters have been driven out of the council. The officers are sometimes sadly referred to as the disappeared, and it should be a source of shame for us all that we did not do more to protect them. Their careers and family lives have been turned upside down for doing no more than asking legitimate questions or providing the mildest of challenge. Conversely, other officers who have been involved in some of the things we've talked about today have run for the hills and have left for new jobs or returned to the organisations they came from. And I hope that one day some of those people will be held to account. On the question of finances, the Cabinet received presentations on this business, but never with any meaningful financial information or any proper budgets, despite formal requests in writing. Officers were under considerable pressure not to provide this, so we have to ask what was being hidden and why. We've heard about the basic lack of record keeping, and I'm afraid, Jan, I'm deeply sceptical that this business has made any money. I think if we factored in all of the fees and the lavish travel expenses, then the true picture would show a large loss to the Northumberland taxpayer. The most accurate, the most full information I'd ever seen was in 2020. And I accept it wasn't complete, but nor did it include any staff time. And that showed a £1.4 million loss. Whatever the figure, it will be well short of the 20 million or the 100 million or the other figures that we were all promised. And on the matter of travel expenses associated with this business and who paid for them, what is indisputable is that there have been lavish bills for flights to Dubai, China and other places with return fares costing as much as £5,000 per person. And these expenses have been posted in the council's ledgers.
Got roughly a minute left.
Yeah. It's clear that the £40,000 allowance has been unlawful because it was not properly authorised. I've read the attempts to justify it, but the story keeps changing, and the inconsistencies and contradictions are glaring. The latest claim is part of a base adjustment in 2015. These things can't all be true, and it's unlikely that any of them are true. When we also have to remember that this amounts to a 40% uplift on an already very large salary. So I think just to sum up, there are three basic questions that the people of Northumberland deserve answers to. If there has been unlawful activity, as seems probable, will we hold people to account, and will there be proper, unfettered disciplinary action or investigations? If it is proven that money has been paid unlawfully, will the council take recovery to recover this? And finally, if there has been illegal activity, then will referrals be made to the police, and will the council consider civil action against unlawful activity that does not meet the criminal threshold?
I've got Councillor Renner-Thompson, but I'm also wary of the clock ticking down.
It's just very briefly, Chair. One of the previous speakers talked about the embarrassment he felt at being at this council. I don't feel embarrassed to be at this council.
Neither do I.
We have to be wary that there are many, many hundreds of staff in this building that are watching us right now. There's been an awful lot of attention in the building on this meeting. They will not want to be told by their councillors that they're embarrassed for what they're doing. In my own department, our schools are better than they've ever been. Our social workers are going out on a daily basis, doing an incredibly difficult job. And we've got huge investment into school builds, and the teams are busy working on that as we speak. I'm very proud of those members of staff. They have nothing to do with any of the things we've talked about today. They work incredibly hard, they're incredibly diligent, and I wouldn't want them to think that anyone in this room thinks badly of those people. This was down to a very small number of senior officers. The vast, vast majority of people in this building are good, hard-working people.
I've got Councillor Bourne, Councillor Dickinson, then I'll go to Councillor Sanderson, because we need to make progress, and then we'll hopefully be able to move to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and be brief. This does reflect back to one sort of line in Mr. Culler's report. He did talk about scrutiny and about how maybe scrutiny chairs or scrutiny members didn't really fully understand their role or their powers. Well, I like to think that I do have some knowledge as a scrutiny chair, and I have tried to use my powers to bring this particular matter to scrutiny on several occasions. I may have these powers in the Constitution, but does it mean that when I asked for it to go on the agenda, it did? I got the same response as Councillor Sanderson when he asked for things to go on the agenda. My requests were just ignored. I asked for several times for this to be looked at. Reports were not forthcoming, and when I persisted again, I was accused of bullying. So it is apparent that anybody that asked questions about this previously, including members and officers, have been routinely accused of being bullies, unjustifiably. And it's not this Chamber's place to apportion blame to officers. There may or may not be investigations into senior officers in due course. But talk about members. Unfortunately, a certain minority of members in this Chamber have persistently got up at various meetings, at various times, and just said as fact, oh, the Chief Executive has been bullied. There's bullies, there's bullying. No one's ever challenged that. It's not true. I think certain people have been smeared repeatedly by members in this Chamber for political reasons, for simply seeking the truth of what has now turned out to be a very dubious operation. And it's not so much attacks on members. The same members have been attacking officers that have been trying to get to the truth. We've had leaks in the press about their individual arrangements, which are entirely inappropriate. It's amazing how certain members get very upset about discussions of certain officers, but are happy to pile in and criticise other officers who they think, are being overpaid or acting improperly. The sustained campaign of bullying, it is bullying, by certain members against people in this Chamber and senior officers seeking to uncover this is a shame and does embarrass me. But I agree with Councillor Thompson. I'm not embarrassed about this council. I'm proud that this council is finally grasping the nettle. We've got some really good interim officers, statutory officers, who are finally bringing these matters to a head and hopefully resolving them. So I fully endorse the report and I hope you will support it too.
Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to add anything to the report because it is comprehensive and it's got to go through a stage. But in a stage we've had today, lots of pre-prepared statements, lots of people throwing accusations around about officers and lots of other things without the facts. What we're being asked to do is actually approve an investigation so we can get the facts, so we can see from Jan's 114 initial report what has actually happened. And I'm with Guy on the embarrassing part of being... I'm not embarrassed to be part of this council. I'm embarrassed about some of the things that have been happening in the council. But actually, what we're being asked to do today, which the Labour group will support in totality, is an investigation. And that is so we can all put things forward that we've been sent, the data breaches, the information, all the information that was presented at audit, all the balance sheets, everything that we've all had, but also a totally contradictory point from the former leader and the deputy leader's point of view, who are both at odds with each other. So that needs to be resolved about what happened when, but that's what an investigation's for, that's not what this is for. That's not what this room's for, people throwing accusations around about officers, people who aren't here to defend themselves. I think it's been quite disgraceful how we've taken absolutely no notice of what Max Keller said about treating people with respect, behaving in a certain way and dealing with things in an appropriate way. And Signing off an investigation when you've had all these prepared statements and all these wild accusations is almost pointless now, because everyone's just planted this crazy seed around this chamber and out there to the public. And there we go.
Yeah. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think you all look remarkably fresh, considering we've been sitting here for a long time. I just wanted to simply say this. When I asked for this independent review of governance, I knew I was taking a risk. That risk was going to be around what would he say, what would his team say. I felt confident enough to know that I think you have all picked up what the key messages are today. But I also knew it would be a risk in that there would be things in there that would allow the likes of the member who's left now to call this council an embarrassment. I knew that there would be opportunities taken, and I'm sure Scott will do his best to take opportunities to have a go at the administration because of this. But it's not, it doesn't say that. It says this is a council that's performing really well, with strong finances, with good Ofsted results, with roads that are improving, and all the other things that we do so well. Now, please, if you don't mind just listening in the back, very kindly. Thank you. I have a right to speak as well. So what I would like to say is simply this. You have an opportunity to bash the administration if that's what you wish to do. It's not the helpful thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. And it shows that you're not really county councillors. Because if you're county councillors, we pull together and sort this out. There's simple answers here that if we work together, we can do it. And that's what I'm asking you to do, please.
Okay. It has been proposed by, and does Councillor Wearmouth wish to sum up? It's been proposed by Councillor Wearmouth and seconded by Councillor Sanderson. So I think, are we ready to move to a vote? Yeah. All those in favour?
I think it's unanimous.
I've got a feeling that is unanimous.
Unanimous?
Yeah, any against? That will show it. Any abstentions? No, that was unanimous. Thank you very much for that. So, just let me finish, please. With no other items to consider, but please note, keep the 21st of June 2022 free to receive the council response to the CADA review. I will call an extraordinary meeting in accordance with the usual procedures. Thank you for your time. I now close the meeting.